Good morning. Good morning. Do I have a motion to reconvene it?
I'll make a motion to reconvene.
I second it.
All right. Cast your vote. Passes 5-0. All right. We are still in 7.1. Presentation of case in chief. I think.
Good morning, board members. Ms. Cervantes.
Morning.
Now, when we were talking yesterday, we were talking about the sewer system, and I wanted to find out from you how many homes or households are connected to the sewer system?
I'm not sure.
How many commercial businesses are?
I mean, that's information I could get you, but I'm not sure. I don't keep that in my brain.
How many significant industrial users?
12.
Okay. And of those 12, how many were sampled during this time period, May 20, May 21, May 22, through May 30th? How many of those were sampled during that time period of 2025?
Possibly 4 or 5.
And can you identify those for us?
Not really without my paperwork here. I could tell you for sure off of memory that Integris, Tyson, or Advanced Foods, 2 locations. They have two different locations. And they have 2 different permits, so that would be 2 different ones. Seaboard.
Who's that?
Seaboard.
Okay.
There may be another, but those are the ones off the top of my head I can remember.
And yesterday, we went through that timeline that you had prepared that showed where samples were taken on the 20th, May 20th, May 21st, 22nd. You remember that?
Yes.
And that had some of the others, Advanced, and I think there were a few others, right?
So I didn't get a sample from Vance Air Force Base. I got a sample of the water that leads directly out of Vance Air Force Base out of manhole.
Well, and I was saying Advance.
Oh, okay.
But
yes, 2 advances, which I'm calling Tyson. So Advanced Pierre is also called Tyson.
okay. And of those significant industrial users that you did take samples during this critical time frame, other than MidCon, how many of those did you analyze, have lab analyzed for QACs?
Only Mid-Continent.
Okay. And then of those that other significant industrial users that you sampled during this critical time frame and had analyzed at a lab for other things other than QACs, how many significant industrial users did you analyze other things other than QACs during this critical time frame?
So there would be the 4 others that I can think of. Regulatory sampling.
And we talked yesterday about those samples, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I thought I heard you say yesterday that as it related to these other significant industrial users besides MidCon, that you did have samples of and that you did send to the labs to analyze for things other than QACs, that you had not produced those to us because you didn't think that was covered by the Open Records Act request, correct?
I didn't remember seeing anything except for the records for QAC.
So you didn't produce them because you didn't think they were called for by the Open Records Act request, right?
Like I said, it wasn't intentional. I can at any time provide those. I have, but it's several pages, so several documents. So no exceedances, no problems. I don't mind showing them.
Okay, my question is, you didn't produce them because you didn't think they were covered by the Open Records
I
Act
didn't see a
request?
specific request for them, no.
Okay. And as part of the Open Records Act request, the city has a duty to collect the records that have been requested, right?
They didn't request that.
My
That I'm
question
aware of.
is, the city has a duty
They have a
to
duty,
collect all
yes.
the documents, right?
Yes.
And did somebody come to you and say, Ms. Cervantes, give us all the documents that respond to this Open Records Act request?
Yes.
And did you then look at the Open Records Act request and collect all of the documents in your possession that were responsive to that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I've got the Open Records Act request here. It's a matter of public record here.
Right.
We ask for all records for the investigation of the water reclamation facility upset that occurred on or around May 19th, 2025.
Okay.
Okay? And yesterday, you said that you had eliminated these other significant industrial users for things other than quats because of those tests, right?
They were not part of the investigation. That was regulatory sampling, as I said yesterday. So any of those would not have been a part of the investigation. I never felt like that metals were a problem. I never felt like cyanide was a problem. That didn't cause foaming, and I did not feel like that was a problem, no. Not
you-
part of the investigation.
And you didn't feel like it was a problem because you're saying you had these sample results that say these other constituents are not a problem, right?
Because I was looking at what was causing foaming.
Okay, so foaming was the only thing you're interested in then?
Foaming, cleaning smell, that's what I was interested in, yes.
Okay. Now, when you were answering questions about Mid-Continent and talking about their cooperation with Mr. Ferguson, and you went through some documents about the sampling location and selecting an alternative sampling location. You remember that?
Yes,
And you asked Mid-Continent to take steps to move that sampling location, right?
yes,
And they did that, right?
yes,
Okay, and then they hired Envirotech to work with you to come up with the sampling protocol at the new sampling location, right?
yes, they did.
And they hired Envirotech in part because the city uses Envirotech and likes them, right?
Yes,
Okay. And so there was nothing uncooperative there on that issue, right?
no,
Okay. And then Mr. Ferguson asked you some questions yesterday about the annual inspection report. You remember that?
yes,
And in that inspection report, you asked MidCon to take some corrective actions, right?
yes.
And they've done that, right?
I believe they did,
And so they cooperated on that, right?
yes,
And isn't it true that MidCon has invited you and other city officials to come tour the plant before?
yes,
Okay. And MidCon sent representatives to all of the meetings that the city wanted to have to discuss this issue, correct?
yes, they did.
And they sent 3 or 4 representatives to all of these meetings, did they not?
They did,
They were taking this seriously, were they not?
yes,
Okay. And there was some discussion about the cleaning products that MidCon had used on May 19th. They sent you the safety data sheets on those chemicals, did they not?
yes, they did.
And you all had those analyzed, did you not?
We reviewed those, yes, we did.
Well, you sent them to a lab and analyzed them, correct?
We had samples analyzed. I wouldn't say we were looking for what the cleaning products were that they were using to clean their floor. No, we looked at their SDS sheet to verify that what we were looking for, that they didn't pertain to that.
Right, and so the cleaning products that they cleaned with on May 19th, they sent you the safety data sheets, you analyzed them in a lab, and you determined they're not an issue
The
here.
cleaning products were not the concern. The products that they clean their floors with were not a concern.
Okay. And really, the only thing that I'm hearing you say is that you think Mid-Continent has not been cooperative because they deny that quats from their facility is what killed the bugs, right?
Yes, I asked them to help me. I collected this discharge from their manhole, and this is the result of it. How did they get in there? I just need to understand. So I asked for an understanding of how these chemicals could be in their discharge.
But at the end of the day, will you agree with me that whatever killed the bugs is a science question, right?
There was a slug load, so not really. Anybody could tell that if a huge amount of something is dumped, anything potentially could kill something if you dump enough of it.
I know, but then
This was a slug load, and it's about their permit.
But we have to look at what's in the wastewater at the plant and determine what was in there that could kill the bugs, right?
I wrote an NOV based on the fact that I got a slug load. That's all I did.
Can you answer my question? We need to know what was in the water.
I cannot answer that question.
You cannot answer that
No.
question. Okay, let me finish it first, if you don't
Okay.
mind, just so we have a clean record of that. Don't we need to look at the water at the plant to see what's in it to try to figure out what killed the bugs?
I don't think that I can answer that question. We have a scientist who can help answer that question.
And that's Dr. Stover, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to look at City Exhibit 17, please. And do you remember being asked about this exhibit by Mr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, Dr. Stover is talking about what he thinks killed the bugs, right?
Right.
And he's talking about, he thinks that MidCon is responsible for the thing that killed the bugs, right?
I do not think that he indicated that it was a particular person. Did it say that? I don't think so.
Okay. He says that one thing Dr. Lang mentioned is that we see high concentrations that would have the most impacts here. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is in an email string forwarding the sample results from the MidCon manhole, right?
Right.
And so Dr. Stover and Dr. Lang are saying, hey, look at the MidCon manhole, and then they're talking about that being the cause here, right?
I don't think so. I think that they were referring to my lab and saying that was enough to wipe out a plant. But I don't think that they ever indicated that you should go and concentrate on one person or another, no.
Well, but they're talking about the mid-con manhole lab results, right? That's what this email string is all about. Those manhole results get forwarded, and Dr. Stover is now talking about those, right?
I'm not getting that from this email.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you on this. Was Chairman Kata on that email?
He was.
Okay. And so he's been involved in conversations at the city relative to what killed the bugs, right?
As I said, if it was an email, he could have been on an email, but he has definitely not been in any of our meetings.
Okay, but he's on this email.
Looks like early on that he must have been included for some reason.
Talking about causation of killing the bugs, right?
Yes, I'm not sure why he was on there.
In an email string that's talking about the mid-con sample results, right?
I don't know that he ever had seen mid-continent sample results, no. I'm looking at a partial email here, I'm not sure. I see his name on there like you do. He was not involved in my investigation, that's all I can tell you.
Okay. Well, do you think it's appropriate to have judges that have received scientific evidence about causation prior to the start of the hearing?
Like I said, he hasn't been involved in anything, so I can't answer that. He hasn't been involved in, as far as I'm concerned. I haven't went to him.
I didn't ask if he had been involved.
What are you asking me?
I asked, do you think it's appropriate to have a judge who's already received evidence about the causation of this problem outside this hearing, before any evidence has been received, being involved in that?
I
I'm
personally
going to
don't.
object to that question. She has already answered to the best of her factual knowledge, and now counsel is asking an argumentative question about what the law may provide.
I'm not asking for the law at all. I just ask her if she thinks it's appropriate.
Can I answer?
I think we need to rule on the objection before he answers. Again, we do have the continuing executive session if we need to convene into executive session, or if you're ready to entertain a ruling, you may entertain a motion.
I think we need a motion to go to executive session. I think we need a motion to go to executive session.
You want to make that motion?
Yes.
I'll
Make
second
that
it.
motion. Yep.
All right. Cast your vote.
We go to executive session.
Do I have a motion
To reconvene.
to reconvene?
I'll make a motion to reconvene.
I'll second it.
All right, please cast your vote.
There we go.
All right, passes 5-0.
I'll make a motion to sustain objection.
I'll second it.
All right, please cast your vote. Passes 5-0.
I'd like to look at City Exhibit 46. And it's page 27 at the bottom of that. Ms. Cervantes, can you tell me what this exhibit is?
This is an email from the pretreatment coordinator to myself.
All right, and what are you this is with ODEQ?
Yes, I had a phone conversation that day with ODEQ, and this was a follow-up to our phone conversation.
See if I can make this thing work.
I was looking for guidance, and they weren't able to give me any answers until they could do some more research.
And it says here, okay, it says here, when you finalize your letters for your 2 industrial users, Mid-Continent and Advanced Foods, do you see that?
Yes,
And this is talking about this investigation about the upset, right?
relating to the foaming at this point, yes.
Okay, and it says 2 industrial users here, and it identifies Advanced Foods, right?
Yes,
Did you send them a letter?
I did.
And have you produced that letter to us?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I sent
And
a
in
lot of
that-
information, I don't know.
In that letter, did you say that they had a problem?
No, I just asked for the same things I had been asking. This was in the beginning. I just asked for any QACs that they may, any chemicals that would contain QACs for them to give me a record of it.
Okay. At this time, I want to move for the introduction of Mid-Continent Exhibits 15, 12, and 33, and for the admission of the city's Exhibit 46, which is this one we're looking at.
We don't have any objections to this.
A motion.
You did say 15, 12, and 33, correct?
Yeah,
And then-
15, 12, 33, and then Enid 46.
Okay. I'll make a motion to accept those into,
I'll second.
All right. Motion and second. Cast your vote. Passes 5-0.
And I will pass the witness.
Earlier this morning, you testified and used the term slug load. Do you recall that? What is a slug load?
It's a dump of, it's a lot of chemicals or just anything that's dumped at one time. So it's a big quantity at one period of time. Big quantity of something that goes into the drain.
All right. Let me ask you a mechanical question. If a slug load leaves a facility and goes through its lateral into the main sewer line, where does that wastewater end up?
It's going to end up 54th lift station, and then it's going to end up Or it's going to end up at the wastewater treatment plant.
And if it happens to be Mid-Continent we're talking about, it would end up at the 54th Street lift station, then at the water treatment plant.
Yes.
The wastewater treatment plant. Who is Seaboard?
They are basically a waste hauler. It's a truck. They do pig washes, and so they bring in their pig wash in a truck and dump it at one of our manholes.
Whenever you sample at Seaboard, what do you sample?
I sample the water from their tank. From their tank.
Is that a fixed tank, a mobile tank?
So I do both. I do their tank, and I also do go on location and I pull it from their, they have a little pretreatment area where they hold their water.
Right. Do they discharge their waste into the sewer system?
They haul it in a truck. So then they don't discharge it from a sewer system. They bring it in a truck and they dump it into our manhole.
Mr. Walker asked you a few questions about Mid-Continent's cooperation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You testified yesterday about the meetings that you had with Mid-Continent here at City Hall. Sorry about that. Let me get the microphone closer, and I tend to be quieter in the mornings. As the day rolls on, I get more excited and excitable, I guess. So
Yes.
let me ask that so we've got a better record. You testified yesterday about meetings that occurred here at City Hall,
Yes.
and those were with Mid-Continent.
Yes.
You talked about the tenor of the July 31 meeting. Did you believe that meeting to be cooperative or combative?
Combative.
Did they bring a waste hauling manifest to that meeting?
They did bring one. I
And-
think that's the meeting they did bring the one.
What was it dated?
It was in June of 2024. It was definitely in 2024.
Were you interested, or had you asked for what happened in 2024?
No.
Were you interested in what happened in 2025?
Yes.
And I think you also testified that throughout the course of 2025, they never provided you any 2025 waste hauling manifest. Is that right?
That's right. They didn't provide any waste manifest pertaining to liquids, QACs. It had anything to do with what we were discussing.
Okay. Now, they did bring a thumb drive or a USB drive to that July 31 meeting, right?
Yes.
Was that limited to just the QAC containing products?
No.
How many were there?
There were over 1,200.
Back in May, you had sent an email to the president and asked him to respond to a couple of questions, right?
Yes.
And that's when he told you that they had cleaned that day?
Yes.
Did you understand from what he told you that it was sort of, yeah, in ordinary course, we cleaned the premises?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time they were actually being audited the next morning?
No.
Yesterday, there was some testimony elicited about the Mid-Continent permit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are the applicable laws that you're aware of, whether they be municipal ordinance, state, federal, are they dependent in every circumstance on the permit setting an allowed limit for what can be discharged with respect to each compound?
Yes. Well, no. We set limits, the city sets limits based on what we can handle as a city. There are federal limits as well that we have to respect. So yes, there are federal limits, there's state limits, city limits, could vary.
So within that permit, if we look, then we're going to find particular substances that have particular levels that you cannot exceed.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. Is that the end of the permit, or does it govern other toxic pollutants?
It governs other toxic pollutants that aren't specifically named.
So even if there's not a number in the permit that says you cannot discharge over X quantity, it still falls under the discharge permit.
Correct.
Are QACs one of those things?
Yes.
Now, within those 1,200 SDS documents that were provided to you, there were some that dealt with compounds that contained QAC chemicals, right?
Yes.
Are there parts of an SDS document that tell the user how they may dispose of a compound containing QACs?
Yes.
What part of the document is that?
I mean, it says disposal methods, and different SDS sheets do look a little different, but they all reference the same. How can you dispose of it? How can you properly handle?
And when you look at those SDS sheets for these compounds that contain QAC chemicals, what do they tell you about proper ways of disposal?
Hauling off. I think mostly from what I remember, it says to haul them off, not to put them in the, it specifically says not to put them in the sewer main or in the water.
Is there a section of those SDS sheets that also talks about toxicity?
Yes.
And are these, do these SDS sheets indicate that these compounds containing QAC chemicals are toxic to aquatic life?
Yes, and there are symbols on there that also show you that they're toxic to aquatic life.
Why is it that I don't need to look at a SDS sheet to determine whether or not the cleaning compounds that I'm using at home should be put down a sink?
The SDS sheets are specifically for industrial users, so those aren't written for households.
Why are they directed to industrial users?
Because they have a bigger quantity on hand, or they're able to discharge way more concentration than somebody at a house's.
All right, so if we're thinking about the Mid-Continent plant, one end of it has some shipping docks where trucks come and pick up product, right?
Yes.
Part of the plant has original feedstock of compounds that are used to make those cleaning products, right?
Yes.
Which end of the plant are you worried about?
Well, it's actually the center, because each of the ends it's been expanded on both ends. There's not floor drains there, but in the middle, through the whole center.
And is that where the feedstock is stored?
That's not necessarily, there is some being stored, sitting around, yes, but it's not where they would consider it being stored, but there is some sitting around waiting in between places, I guess you could say. So it's being stored in a sense, yes.
Okay. So with respect to your concerns as an environmental compliance specialist in enforcing permit number 020,
Yeah.
you're not concerned about the product going out the door, you're concerned about the stuff used to make it.
Right.
Do you recall that Mr. Walker asked you yesterday about other pollutants such as various metals?
Yes.
Do you specifically recall that he asked you if you sampled for arsenic?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the May 20th sample?
It would have been a regulatory sample. The confusion is that I would sample for that typically.
Interpose an objection here. She's now testifying about documents you haven't listed, you haven't produced to us, and so we object that she should be allowed to talk about things that they've not given to us and they're not showing you the documents themselves. I'm just following up on the questions that were asked yesterday, and we've already dealt with, at the beginning of this hearing, whether or not there's discovery in this proceeding, and we have the exhibits that we have.
I do believe he opened the door to that line of questioning with his questions in his cross.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to overrule.
I'll second it.
Cast your vote. Passes 5-0.
During regulatory sampling, I would typically sample for arsenic. The reason I say there might be some confusion is because I stopped the lab from doing my regulatory samples on those samples that I had sent and said, hold them for a moment because I don't know if I'm going to need to use the sample for anything else or whatever. So I don't know if we followed through on the arsenic or if we didn't. We may have.
All
That's
right.
why I'm not for sure.
Well, let me ask you the question this way. If you have a concern about arsenic and you open a manhole cover, are you looking for foaming?
No.
Does arsenic have a particular smell coming out of the
No.
manhole? And on May 20th, when you are present at the mid-continent manhole, which is the sampling point, was there something different about that manhole versus other manholes you were looking at contemporaneously and had looked at before?
Definitely, yes.
And what was that?
There was a lot of foaming and a very strong smell of a cleaner of some sort, chemicals of some sort.
Could we pull up City Exhibit 46? Do you recall Mr. Walker asking you yesterday about testing protocols?
Yes,
And do you recall him asking you about holding periods?
yes,
Do you recall him asking you about an EPA testing manual?
yes,
Did he show you that manual?
I remember him asking me about EPA regulation. Oh, yes, the one manual that showed the different, yes, I'm sorry, I do remember that.
Okay. You remember him asking you about that?
Yes,
Did he ask you to review it?
no,
Do you know whether the term QAC, or quaternary ammonium compounds, or quats, even appears in that manual?
I don't believe that it does.
Now, you did visit with SPL about the holding period because there was some delay while you found them in sending the May 20 sample, right?
Yes, when I originally looked for a lab and I called them, they had told me it was a 30-day. In conversation, there was some miscommunication. I was under the understanding it was a 30-day holding period, and apparently it's more of a 14-day holding period, and then it takes the remaining days to run the test or something like that. There was just a misunderstanding. So, yes.
And do you know whether that holding period is their standard operating procedure or is actually something that may be required by federal regulation?
Right. This is just the lab's operating procedure.
All right. Now, at one point yesterday during that examination, you were shown the portion of Exhibit 46 where the lab tells you that there's a holding period. You recall that? And you
Yes.
told them to continue, right?
Yes, I asked them if they felt that the sample was still, if I would get any kind of relevant information or good information from it, that I still wanted to run the sample.
And you were going to explain yesterday, but the question went elsewhere, what the lab told you about whether the holding period here made a difference. Will you tell us what the lab told you?
I was told that they did not feel like the holding period would make a difference at all with the concentration levels that they were seeing.
At this point, I'll also move for the admission of Government Exhibit 46 into the record.
It's
I'm-
been
we-
admitted.
Has it
we-
been admitted?
It was admitted with the mid-continent, 3 mid-continent exhibits.
Okay.
15, 12, and 33, and then city's exhibit 46.
I'm sorry. I was thinking that was another. I apologize. Had a bad note. Prior to the first use of SPL to test for QACs, you had not tested for QACs before that, right?
No.
Do you consider it relevant to your investigation of Mid-Continent's permit violation that you have continued to see the discharge of QACs in reportable levels?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I've been told that there was no way for these chemicals, any of these chemicals, to reach our manhole, and that there's a lot of ways that they've prevented it, but if I'm still seeing them, then that means I'm still capable of seeing a slug load at any point.
Was the issue of compliance with their permit ended as soon as the water treatment plant bugs recovered and were?
No.
You were asked several questions yesterday during cross-examination about the nature of your investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were asked about the fairness of your investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you endeavor to conduct your investigation into the cause of the water treatment plant upset in a fair manner?
I did.
Do you believe that you conducted your investigation in an open and fair manner?
I do.
Tell the board about the investigation that you did that you believe rules out other causes of a QAC discharge which would have led to the upset of the plant.
Well, the investigation I did, I opened manholes. I looked to see what we were seeing at the plant at the 54th lift station. I was looking for that similar condition, which seemed to be a lot of chemicals, a lot of foaming. I would say in the beginning I didn't know that I wouldn't label it QACs. I found later through research and asking questions that QACs would be a way that I could identify. That's something I could sample for. Sorry, I'm not sure how.
On May 2021, during that time period, were you using the foaming as somewhat of a dye test?
You could say that, yes, definitely.
There are two administrative orders that have been put into evidence. They're Exhibit 28 and 29. Did you issue each of those administrative orders?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to one of them, 28 would be fine. Do you see that it begins there on page 1? There's a section called findings or findings of fact.
Yes.
And what's the exact language there?
Excuse me, I'm going to interpose an objection. I didn't talk about administrative orders in my examination. When we do redirect examination, it's supposed to be limited to the scope of what I ask. He's supposed to be limited to the scope of what I ask, so that we don't go on days and days with them representing their case here. They've already gone through the administrative orders once when Mr. Ferguson went through all that and admitted that. And so I object to it's beyond the scope of my cross-examination.
I disagree, but I will rephrase that question because Mr. Walker doesn't know what I'm going to ask. So I'll ask it in a different way. You were provided in the examination yesterday with Exhibit 50, which was a proposed consent order from Mid-Continent, right?
Yes.
And does it have a section that's called findings of fact or fact?
I'm going to interpose an objection. I did not talk about Exhibit 50 in the scope of my examination.
They've already been allowed to ask about that, ask her anything they wanted to over our objections to Exhibit 50. And so he's had his chance to ask the questions he wanted. He can follow up with questions relative to what I ask on cross, but he's not supposed to go beyond that.
Which is exactly what I'm doing because
Can we
what
hear
Mr.
the
Walker-
remainder of the question
Sure.
before we hear the objection?
Well, the first was just foundational, whether there's a beginning to the consent order that has a fact section in it.
Yes.
Okay. And there are also, in the administrative orders, sections that have fact section in it, right?
Yes.
So here's the question. Would you ever knowingly include in any order, administrative or consent, a fact finding that was not true?
No.
Would you ever agree to consent to a fact finding that was not true?
No, I wouldn't.
That completes my examination.
I've got a couple of follow-up questions. Ms. Cervantes, Mr. Ferguson was asking you about safety data sheets. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And which safety data sheet is the pertinent one for this hearing?
There's many safety data sheets that are pertinent to this hearing. There's many that they provided on that or their disk. I'm sorry.
How many?
There were a lot. There were 100. There were hundreds.
Okay, well, was one of them Lysol laundry sanitizer?
Lysol laundry sanitizer was brought to the meeting and a product label was on that, yes.
Right, and I think you're saying that the SDS for that product says don't put it in the sewer. Is that what you said?
Yeah, it does say that.
Well, doesn't it say that it can be put in the sewer if it's compliant with the requirements of all authorities with jurisdiction?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You want me to show it to you?
It says it's toxic to aquatic life.
It says waste should not be disposed of untreated to the sewer unless it's compliant with the requirements of all authorities with jurisdiction.
They're referring to if you've got an approved treatment in place for it, and it is untreated. It's not.
And here, there's no federal, state, or local numerical maximum limit for QACs, right?
The way I understand what you're saying is it's telling you if you have something in place that's going to prevent harm to your system, then maybe at that point you could be approved to put it in a drain, but we have not said that.
There's nothing in these SDSs that say don't put it in the sewer, is there?
It says it's toxic to aquatic life.
There's nothing in these that say don't put it in the sewer.
It does say that.
Is that true or not?
It does say it. It says it because if you don't have a way of treating it first, then you can't put it in the sewer. If it's untreated, you can't put it in the sewer.
You've got all the SDSs. You can present them to the board and try to show them what
Okay.
you're saying now.
Okay.
But you haven't talked about any of those, have you?
Haven't been asked to.
Okay. I wanted to talk about, you went to the annual inspection and we looked at all the pictures that were taken, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Ferguson was asking you on redirect about that your concern here is where the product or the QAC materials that MidCon uses to make the products is your bigger concern, right?
Yes, if there's any chemicals that can reach the floor drains, that's my concern.
Right, and isn't it true that those products at Mid-Continent are surrounded by a concrete containment pit?
No, that's not true. I showed several pictures of totes of chemicals that are not within containment.
Yes, I'm not talking about the totes, I'm talking about the tanks.
Mixing tanks?
The tanks that hold the material to mix the products is all in a contained concrete pit, right?
The mixing tanks are.
Yeah, all right. And there's no drain in that pit, right?
That has not been proven that the drain is completely closed. There is a drain in there.
You're saying there's a drain in that pit?
There's a drain that I've been told is closed, and that has not been proven that it is closed.
Okay, well, when we went through the pictures, I didn't see a
No,
drain.
There is I showed a picture of a drain it's all the way around the whole containment area on both containments.
Not a drain that leads out of that pit.
It could lead out of that pit. And they also have hoses that come out of the containment area that could lead. But
I'm not
anyway, there is a
talking-
drain also. I don't know if it's definitely closed, but I've been told it's closed.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Very briefly. Let's make sure we don't get confused about the SDS sheets, all right? You looked at a product sheet that Mr. Walker was just talking to you about, right?
Yes.
Are we concerned here about products, or are we concerned about the original QAC containing compounds that are feedstock?
I'm concerned about any chemicals that contain QACs or anything that could be harmful to aquatic life.
And with respect to a container of a consumer-grade cleaner, is that a likely source of what we're talking about, or are we talking about SDSs that relate to the original compound that is used to create that product?
Both. I mean, I feel like it could be both.
Okay. It could be both. But if we're talking about a slug load, does it come from the Lysol spray, or does it come from the original compound somewhere?
Honestly, I feel like it could come from either. I mean, if you bring a tote of a raw material, or if you have a finished product and there's a tote of that, either one of those are going to be harmful to the system.
Okay.
Sorry,
Well, and part of your investigation was to find out where the possible containment violations may have been, right?
right.
And was that on the production end or the final product end?
Production. It was in production.
All right. Thank you.
Nothing further.
Yep. So do we have,
Yes, at this time we would call.
I was gonna, the board, do you have any questions for this witness? Kind of, we're gonna ask it earlier and then we got into some cross-exam, so no questions? Okay.
if we, yeah, we don't have any further questions, so you can go proceed.
Today's winner.
Assuming we don't want to break, we only be going an hour, so I don't need to, but we would call Dr. Ross over.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Stover.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Ross.
All right, Dr. Stover, I've briefly introduced you, but can you please state your name and business address for the record?
My full name is Ted Ross Stover, and our business address is 3602 North Star Drive, Stillwater, Oklahoma, 74075.
And what is that business?
So we are an environmental engineering firm. It's Stover and Associates, Inc., doing business as the Stover Group. So we're an environmental engineering firm. We specialize in contract operation services of wastewater treatment plants. We provide engineering services. We also operate our own in-house treatability research process development laboratory.
Okay. Now, as far as part of what you said, wastewater treatment, is that right?
Yes.
Do you operate multiple wastewater treatment facilities?
We do, yes.
Okay. Now, what's your or the Stover Group's role with respect to the City of Enid's treatment plant?
So we provide operation services under contract for the City of Enid, WRF.
And how long has the Stover Group been doing that?
We have provided operation services since June of 2014, and I myself was actually involved for several months prior to that with the plant.
There should be a book somewhere near you. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 42.
Okay.
All right.
There.
What is Exhibit 42?
This is my resume.
Okay. Did you create it?
I did.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you a little bit about it, but first, you have a cheat sheet in front of you just in case, but what's your educational background?
So I have a bachelor's degree in zoology. I have a master's degree in environmental engineering and a PhD in civil engineering.
All right. And are you licensed?
I'm a licensed PE in the state of Oklahoma in environmental engineering, and I also hold Class A water and wastewater laboratory and operator license in the state of Oklahoma.
Can you tell us what that means?
Sure. Which one, PE or operator?
Operator specific, the latter.
Okay, so the operator license, what these relate to is time experience and training hours related to treatment plant operations. And so it's a combination of those
Okay.
and passing exams related to operator information.
Do you know about how long you have been certified as the works operator and the laboratory operator?
That's a great question. I can't remember. It's been a little while.
Longer than 2014, do you think?
No. I believe I got my lab license around 2014, and I got my A operator probably in the next probably a couple years after that, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay, and I want to confirm, when I'm looking at Exhibit 42, I see two different, there's wastewater works operator and water works operator, is that right?
Correct.
Are those two separate certifications?
Yes, they are. So water specifically relates to potable or drinking water. Wastewater refers to wastewater.
Okay. And is that the same for the wastewater works laboratory operator versus water works laboratory operator?
That's correct, yes.
Right. Now, we know that you have been involved with the Enid plant that we're here discussing since at least 2014. How many other wastewater plants has the Stover Group or yourself been involved in or worked with?
Numerous plants. So not only contract operations, but also consulting troubleshooting services for clients that we're not providing contract operation services for. So I don't know. I believe we're currently operating 15 plants, as well as providing 2 operations assistance programs to other plants.
Okay, and that is at this moment, that's what you're
Correct,
operating?
yes.
Okay. Over time, has that number?
Greater.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot of conversation about the bugs, right? So
Yes.
I want to confirm with you, and I think Mr. Gilbert talked about it very briefly. Is the Enid wastewater treatment plant, does it somehow rely on bugs?
That is not my preferred term.
Okay.
Yeah, so it incorporates biological treatment processes. It's what we would refer to as biomass. So the biomass is going to contain bacteria, but it's also going to contain what we refer to as higher life forms. These will be more complex single and multi-celled organisms. However, the bacteria is what is really facilitating the treatment processes.
Okay, so as a biological, you said it's a biological treatment plant, is that right?
It does contain a combination of physical and biological processes, yes.
And for the treatment plant to work, you said this bacteria, the bugs we've been calling, but the bacteria, that is what allows the treatment to occur?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the phrase activated sludge wastewater treatment?
I have.
Okay, what is that?
So what that term really refers to is that you have a active biomass. So If you look at history of wastewater treatment, you have primary treatment, you have secondary treatment. The activated sludge kind of comes in the secondary portion. Primary treatment relates to more like physical processes, screening, gravity settling, stuff like that. So the activated sludge kind of refers to that you're using an active biomass, that you're using living organisms to treat.
Okay. Now, walk me through, if you would. You said primary and secondary treatment. So let's imagine wastewater comes into the system. Does it first hit that primary treatment section?
Yes, and some folks may refer to it as preliminary treatment, which would be kind of a screening portion. Then you go into primary, which kind of incorporates grit removal, gravity settling of organic solids, and then you progress into the secondary or the biological portions.
And so the conversations that we've been having and the testimony that we've heard about the Enid plant, are we primarily discussing that secondary system, the bacteria that allows for the treatment to occur so the wastewater can then be discharged?
For the purposes of this hearing, that is the main concern.
Is Enid an activated sludge treatment system then?
Yes, you could refer to it as that.
Okay. What would you refer to it as?
I just tend to say biological treatment plant.
Okay. Now, have you previously evaluated treatment plant upsets?
I have.
All right. Have you previously evaluated toxic or inhibitory discharges into treatment plants?
Yes.
Okay. When I say toxic or inhibitory discharge, you've evaluated them. Tell me what that means.
So inhibitory to me refers to specifically more, you can look into kinetics, so you can look into the rates at which biomass can perform and utilize substrate or treatment performance in terms of removal, how fast they can function basically. So inhibition relates more to a reduced rate of performance or treatment, but you're still getting the treatment. Toxicity really kind of more specifically relates to no treatment at all.
Okay. What's your background, if any, in sort of inhibition and toxicity?
So my first job experience in this field, started working in our biomonitoring laboratory when I was 16. We utilized certain frog and fish species, exposing them to samples that potentially had toxic or inhibitory substances, and we watched for impacts from that. I progressed into our analytical and treatability laboratory from there, so incorporating analytical testing for the procedures that we utilize in our facility. Also treatability studies, so looking for not only treatability of wastewater, but also looking into performing numerous inhibition and toxicity screening studies, long-term studies looking for acclimation of biomass to potentially inhibitory or toxic substances, nitrification inhibition screening studies, carbonaceous inhibition screening studies, so numerous things like that.
Okay. Well, and I ask you about this, is part of what brought us here, what you're here to testify about, does it relate to toxic or inhibitory discharges into the Enid's facility?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you're familiar with Enid's plant treatment processes and its NPDES permit?
Yes.
Okay. And were you personally involved in evaluating the May 2025 upset at the plant?
I was.
All right. Now, I think with Mr. Gilbert, we talked through this just a little bit. Publicly owned treatment works. Is that also referring to Enid's facility that we're discussing today?
Yes, so POTW is just more of a generic term. WRF, the Water Reclamation Facility, that's a more modern term, especially where facilities are facilitating water reuse. Yes. Okay. But one and the same in this situation.
So we could refer to either, and we're still talking at the end of the day, this is about Enid's plant.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I asked you a minute ago if you were familiar with Enid's NPDES permit. And you'd said yes. What is that permit?
So that permit is basically our regulatory authority on WRF operations and discharge.
And I believe Mr. Gilbert testified to this, but does this permit what Enid can discharge into its discharge point?
Yes,
Does it have various monitoring requirements and limits?
it does, yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 33. Okay, and Mr. Gilbert has already introduced this, but to confirm, do you know what this document is?
I do.
Are you very familiar with it?
I don't know it word for word, but I have a good idea.
Okay. Can you tell me, is there somewhere in this permit that Enid has regulatory limits as to what they are allowed to discharge into its discharge point?
Yes.
Okay. Do we see that somewhere, or what page do we see that on, if you can find it?
So some specific examples of parameter limits would be page 3.
Okay.
Is this table numbered? I don't believe the table's actually numbered.
And does this show, so I'm looking at the table right now, does this show, looks like there is an ammonia limit, but not a total phosphorus limit, things like that. Are these things that the plant is checking for to make sure that it meets these requirements?
Yes, so if you notice the frequency column, second from the right, that lists our frequency that we are required to check and monitor these parameters.
Okay. And what is that frequency?
So for some of the parameters, it's daily. You can see there we have total phosphorus once a week. This is, if you notice on this TDS, that doesn't really apply quite yet, because there's a footnote referring to, you can just barely see the top of it. It says effluent monitoring and reporting for TDS shall begin 3 years after the effective date. So we're not actually into that TDS monitoring period yet. So that's a specific addition and later to come. And so then, of course, DOPH daily. You can see here E. coli twice a week.
Okay. Now, outside of these reporting limits, is protecting the biological treatment process critical to permit compliance?
Absolutely.
All right. Is protecting the downstream aquatic life, et cetera, downstream of the discharge point, is that also a requirement under the permit?
It is, and that is the purpose of municipal wastewater treatment plants. An old school term for civil engineers is public health engineers. So the purpose of municipal wastewater plants is to protect public health as well as environmental health.
Are there wet testing requirements in this
There
permit?
are, yes.
What is wet testing?
Wet testing is whole effluent toxicity testing, and you can have different permits have different requirements, but this is testing that we do quarterly. That is specific. We collect samples. We utilize a third-party laboratory for this, and the basically indicator species, indicator organisms, in our case a water flea and a fathead minnow, are subject to or are exposed to our effluent. And they have to be monitored for maybe certain growth phases, reproductive phases, stuff like that. But they're indicator organisms used to indicate if our discharge, our effluent, would be toxic to the receiving stream.
Okay, and so at least quarterly then, is Enid, you said, is checking whether or not a water flea has been harmed?
Yes, water fleas and fathead minnows, yes.
Okay. And that determination of whether they're harmed is based on what comes out of the discharge, is that right?
Yes.
I'd like you to go to Exhibit 40, if you could. Can you tell me what this is?
So I'm part of a group that teaches a wastewater microbiology workshop at an annual conference. It's an international water and wastewater treatment conference. And so this is the slides in this exhibit are excerpt slides from a presentation I performed at that workshop.
So this is something that you created, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, well, thank you. We are on page 2. That's great. Let's stay on page 2 for a second. Now, we talked a minute ago about, you mentioned what activated sludge is, that Enid is one way to refer to it as an activated sludge, has an activated sludge treatment process. Is that right?
That's correct.
So what is the Enid plant designed to do before discharging treated water into its discharge point at Skeleton Creek?
So the concepts for the Enid plant, I mentioned a combination of physical and biological treatment processes. So the wastewater coming in from very, very basic characteristics, it's going to contain organic solids, it's going to contain soluble organics, it's going to contain nutrients, that can be macronutrients, micronutrients, other constituents from, obviously we're aware we have industrial users. So the purpose is to treat this waste stream in using different treatment processes. So we have the physical processes, we have the biological processes, ultimately to remove organics and nutrients and protect the receiving stream.
Okay. I'm going to read something from this slide here. At the middle, it says, soluble organic material, BOD, COD, is converted into insoluble biological cell matter, biomass. So is that really the first step of the biologic treatment when we get to that secondary set?
Yes, so one of the primary, poor choice of words considering primary and secondary treatment, one of the main purposes of secondary treatment, biological treatment, is organics removal.
Why are we removing organics?
So bacteria with the presence of organics, you see here the acronyms BOD and COD. We can somewhat use these interchangeably, but the OD part refers to oxygen demand. And so what biomass, aerobic biomass in the presence of organics will have an oxygen demand. So if we send organics to a receiving stream, such as Skeleton Creek, naturally occurring bacteria will consume oxygen as they consume these organics in the receiving stream. You can deplete oxygen and have a fish kill, basically suffocating the fish.
Okay, so we're trying to get rid of the BOD, COD as much as we can, get it to that biomass, is that right?
That is one critical aspect, yes.
Okay. And is the biomass, or what does the biomass do then?
So what this statement is saying was we take a soluble organics problem and we convert it into a solids problem, and by growing biomass. So we're actually growing bacteria, and that's facilitating the treatment process. And so then we have to deal with the bacteria. We can't let all the bacteria grown go to the receiving stream as well. So we turn a soluble organic compound problem into a solids problem, and then we deal with the solids problem.
Let's talk about ammonia for a second. We've heard about that a bit. Is ammonia a pollutant of concern in wastewater?
It is listed as a pollutant of concern. However, it's actually a critical nutrient for biological growth. So it is required for proper biological growth characteristics, but it is also a pollutant of concern, where the pollutant of concern aspect comes into is ammonia being discharged to a receiving stream. It's a nutrient, so it has the potential for the term eutrophication, which would be algal blooms. Algal blooms can also result in DO depletions, which can result in fish kills. But then ammonia directly can be toxic to fish. Okay. And possibly other aquatic species.
Is ammonia typically present in all wastewater that flows into the plant?
For the city of Enid WRF, yes, ammonia is present all the time.
Is that just naturally occurring in our wastewater?
It is.
Okay, so ammonia comes in. We need it, but we don't want that much of it. Is that sort of what you're saying?
So we need it for proper treatment performance.
Okay.
but we also need to treat it so that we don't send it to the receiving stream.
Okay, so it's sort of a step 1, step 2 type thing too. Step
Exactly.
1, we need it, but hey, we can't let this go. We got to get step 2, treat it so it doesn't potentially kill the fish.
Correct.
Okay, so what are we doing with ammonia in that step 2 then?
So step 2 would be the nitrification aspect.
Okay.
So I believe if you move maybe to the next slide,
Might be page 4 or page 5.
let's start at this one.
Oh, okay.
All right, so with this one, yesterday the term heterotrophic was thrown out, and I'm not sure it was used correctly. So heterotrophic refers to bacteria that use organic carbon as their carbon source. That's what heterotrophic means. So what this slide is showing is what we call the basic metabolic equation, aerobic equation, of course. So organic carbon with oxygen, bacteria, you can see here ammonia and orthophosphate. With these compounds, you can see what is produced on the right side of this equation is carbon dioxide and water and new cells. So this is just kind of reiteration in a chemical formula format of showing what we're doing is we're taking these organics in the waste stream, we're removing them. The removal process is by actually growing new bacteria. But something notable at the bottom, you see this BOD to nitrogen to phosphorus ratio, and this is a theoretical ratio. So what this is showing that nutrient demand aspect of treating organics. You also have to have nutrients to go with them. Nitrogen and phosphorus are what we refer to as macronutrients. We need the most of those. Things like heavy metals, certain metals, those will come in as micronutrients, and we need those in the proper concentrations as well.
Okay. Before we dig, you mentioned a word a minute ago that I know we heard yesterday, nitrification. What is nitrification?
So nitrification is the fancy words, it's a biochemical oxidation process. So it's a biologically facilitated treatment step. And we refer to it as a two-step process if you're taking ammonia to nitrite to nitrate. So it's a two-step process. So we have AOBs, ammonia oxidizing bacteria, and they facilitate the conversion of ammonia to nitrites. Then you have NOBs.
Could we go to the next slide? Maybe that talks a little bit about.
It does show it, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe the next one, and we can come back to the. Do you want to talk about the nitrogen cycle?
It's one more after that, I believe.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
this one.
Oh,
So
okay.
you can see this first step. This is what we would refer to as AOBs. So this top equation, ammonia ultimately converted to nitrite. The second step is NOBs, or nitrite oxidizing bacteria, and you see ultimate conversion of nitrite to nitrate. Do you type these words all the time?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So a note here, you notice it says autotrophic, and if you refer to wastewater textbooks, you will find that they will reference heterotrophic nitrifying bacteria. Autotrophic, did I already say this? They use inorganic carbon as their carbon source. So as a result of that change in metabolism, and I can't speak to the specifics of it, they are slower growing. Textbooks will tell you there's heterotrophic bacteria. What you find in real world practice, the nitrification process appears to primarily function autotrophically.
Okay. So if I'm trying to bring this down to a young layperson, like a child, to make sure that we all understand it and that so we've got ammonia's coming into the plant. As you said, we need it, but it cannot be discharged as is, because as you've told us, ammonia is problematic, fish kill, that sort of thing. Algal bloom causes these problems. So before we let it out, we have to treat the ammonia, and we do so through nitrification, which changes the chemical compound of ammonia. Is that right?
Correct. I would say it's a conversion.
Okay,
Yes.
so the ammonia is converted into what?
To ultimately nitrite and or nitrate.
Okay.
Yes. And something to mention, you noticed on the previous slide we looked at, the heterotrophic bacteria, we're looking here at this process, they both require oxygen.
Okay. Well, and we're talking about, so goes from ammonia, nitrite to nitrate. What do we call the bacteria that allows for that to happen?
As far as the nitrification process?
Yes.
So simply, we lump them into a genre of nitrifiers, but you can classify from there to, like I said, the AOBs, the NOBs, and there's multiple species of bacteria that perform the nitrification process. So there's multiple species of AOBs, multiple species of NOBs, and what you'll find when you do, if you were to do a speciation test or study, you'll find that different wastewater streams have different predominance of these species.
Okay, so different plants that you operate might have different types of, nitrifiers, but the broad category, we need nitrifiers, is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, nitrifiers, are those sensitive organisms?
They are sensitive, and they are slower growing than our heterotrophic bacteria.
Okay. If those nitrifiers are somehow killed or inhibited in some way, what happens to the process that we've just talked about for ammonia and whatnot?
So how that would impact us is increasing effluent ammonia concentrations.
Okay, so because the bacteria that we need to treat that ammonia to turn it into nitrate, because that bacteria is gone, the ammonia is not being converted, so it's just being discharged. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. If I'm looking at operating data that we saw earlier, on Exhibit 33, you're looking at this thing daily. If ammonia suddenly goes up, those numbers that you see, and all of a sudden we are discharging a lot more ammonia than we used to, would that indicate that something might be wrong with the nitrifiers?
Yes.
Now, let's get into some specifics then. So this daily data that you're reviewing, does the plant do something called a MOR?
Yes, so we prepare an MOR.
All right, what is an MOR?
An MOR is a monthly operating report, so that is our day-to-day data as required by the permit. And so when we submit, we self-report, and so at the end of every month, we have a monthly report due, or a DMR, a discharge monitoring report due to the state. The DMR is more of a big picture, averages, monthly average, weekly average max, some min and max parameters. The MOR, we also submit an MOR, and that is our actual day-to-day data.
I'd like to direct you to Exhibit 39. Let's specifically go to page 2, if we could. Thank you. Is this the MOR, the operation report, monthly operation report you were talking about?
Yes, this is our MOR for May of '25.
Okay. Is this data that you routinely generate?
Yes.
Okay. Is this data that you rely on?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the beginning of May, say before May 19, what is the plant's performance, ammonia performance, I'm sorry?
Sure, if you look towards the right, you'll see the final effluent categories, and there's a little bit of formatting issues. We didn't format this, but there are some formatting issues, but you'll see ultimately the ammonia column, and you'll see the number 0.124 a lot. So one of the things we have to do for certain parameters is we have to do what we call a method detection limit study, and so we have to do an in-house study of our own analysis and determine our method detection limit, and from there we can determine a PQL, or a practical quantitative limit. And so the reason you're seeing this 0.124 a lot is this number is our PQL. So that's our practical quantitative limit, and what that is stating is we can't, with statistical confidence, detect an ammonia concentration less than 0.124.
Oh,
so when you see 0.124 recorded, it means we actually had a non-detect result.
Okay, so, and just for record purposes, I've figured out the highlighter here. And I'm looking at the ammonia column, and that ammonia that you're looking at here, that is in the effluent, is that right?
That's correct.
So this is what is leaving the plant?
This is what's leaving the plant.
Okay. And I believe we heard Ms. Cervantes talk on her QAC tracking. She had a number of columns that said 0.001 or 0.1. She said something about how that's just as low as it gets to a non-detect. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is that essentially what you're saying here? If we see a 0.124, that's basically non-detect?
Yes, but for reporting purposes, we have to use this to determine monthly average and weekly average max concentrations. Excel does not accept less than symbols when doing math functions. So we put it in as the whole number. We get actual calculated numbers for the end of the month. And then when we do our DMR, if we have non-detect results incorporated, then we simply we put in a less than symbol with our data in our monthly reports.
Okay. So if I'm looking at this, what you're telling me is that prior to, it looks like May 19, we're at a near zero. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that a stable ammonia level for the plant?
Yes.
Okay. Would that indicate to you that the nitrifying bacteria, the nitrifiers, is working, it's being treated, and what's being discharged is within limits?
Yes, this is what we would refer to as complete nitrification.
Now, I'm looking at, let's see if I can see it, phosphorus as well. Do we also see phosphorus or phosphorus limits on this?
So we don't have phosphorus limits, and I don't know that the MOR shows phosphorus concentrations. Not for this. Oh, no, it is there. Okay.
Let me try to highlight and find that for us. Well, let me move on for a second. Let's focus on TSS. Do you know what TSS means?
Yeah, so TSS is total suspended solids.
Okay, what does a total suspended solids mean?
From a standard methods definition, a suspended solid is any solid greater than 2 microns. But when we refer to biological processes, when we're talking about suspended solids, we have a more specific term of volatile suspended solids, or VSS, and that's what we utilize that number and relate it to the amount of biomass in the system, the concentration of biomass. But the TSS is in this case, the TSS on a final effluent from a biological treatment plant, you can assume that the TSS is going to be biological solids.
Okay. And we're seeing, is it fair to say that there is some, it's not the same number, everyone, there's a little bit of fluctuation in those numbers, is that right?
So my personal preference, I don't report TSS from our lab with decimal place, especially at single digits. And the only reason we have a decimal place here is DEQ preference. So yes, compared to the ammonia, it may look like a lot of variability, but a 3, 4, 5, 6 milligram, or, even a 3 milligram per liter TSS difference is pretty negligible. It's pretty small.
So would you consider that relatively stable?
Yes.
Pre-May 19th, that is? Okay.
Yes.
And the same for phosphorus and flow, do those appear to be relatively consistent?
Relatively, yes.
Okay. All right, I'd like to go to the first page of this if we could. And just looking specifically at that top panel. Can you tell me what that top panel is demonstrating?
So the top table or chart is referencing effluent ammonia concentrations in milligrams per liter with time.
Okay. And the second panel?
Effluent total suspended solids concentrations in milligrams per liter with time.
Okay, and then the third?
effluent total phosphorus concentrations in milligrams per liter with time.
And then the last panel at the bottom.
This would be effluent flow. Here you see it presented as 1,000 gallons per day with time.
Okay. And what does that red line, that red vertical line indicate?
The red line would represent May 19th.
Okay. What happened on May 19th?
That is when we started receiving some form of toxicant into the wastewater plant.
Now, looking at these charts, I believe you've told us that at the beginning of May, all is stable, right? Does something happen to these levels, let's start with ammonia, to these levels on May 19th?
Yes, so I mentioned, I kind of explained inhibition versus toxicity earlier. And so what you see starting at May 19th, looking at ammonia in particular, you start seeing a significant increase in effluent ammonia concentrations. And so what this indicates is a initial severe inhibitory impact, followed by complete failure of nitrification.
Okay, and that's what I was going to ask. Does it appear that, as you told me earlier, if we see ammonia levels go up, that would indicate that there's a problem with nitrification? Is that what we're seeing here on this data?
Yes.
Okay. Is this consistent with the loss of nitrification observed at the plant?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, if nitrification were functioning properly, would we expect to see ammonia rise from essentially 0 to these levels?
No, not if it was functioning properly.
Okay.
Especially not considering the influent concentrations.
And that's what I was going to ask. Is so, looking at page 2 there, I noted there was something about influent ammonia as well.
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
There was some variability. Is that right?
There is.
Was there so much variability that it could overcome the nitrification if the nitrification were working?
Not to this level, no.
What type of chemical or compound could kill or damage the nitrifiers we've talked about?
There's a number of chemicals that could impact nitrification.
Well, I'd like to come back to that, and we can talk through what those might be. Now, we talked about ammonia, and I asked you again about phosphorus being stable, flow being stable, relatively stable, the total suspended solids being relatively stable. Did all of those change after May 19?
Yes.
All right. Now, the suspended solids, with the suspended solids increasing, does that tell us anything of use for this particular hearing?
It does. So the significant increase in suspended solids concentrations, what that tells me is we've got something significant enough to impact the biological growth characteristics. Because I mentioned we turn organic or soluble compounds into a solids problem, and then we have to deal with the solids problem. The way we deal with the solids problem is we have secondary clarifiers, which is a gravity settling process, and the biomass, we have to operate the treatment plant well to have good biomass growth characteristics and have the biomass settle out via gravity and the secondary clarifiers. And then the effluent discharges on from there with the biomass settled out of it. The way we get the biomass to settle is we grow what we refer to as flock. We want the biomass to grow in a good flock characteristic, and that's FLOC. It's not like a flock of seagulls. So what we need is good biological growth characteristics for the biomass to flock and settle well. And what this indicates is a significant impact to the growth characteristics, which impacts the settling characteristics. And so now, instead of getting good flock growth characteristics, one of the things you'll see when you have sanitizers or cleaning chemicals, compounds inhibitory or toxic to biomass, is especially with chemicals that cause biomass to lyse or rupture and break open, you'll get flock breaking apart. And as the floc becomes closer towards what we refer to as dispersed solids, single cells, group cells, 2 to 4 cells, something like that, they don't settle well, and then they show up in your effluent as TSS.
So whatever came into the plant that affected the nitrifying bacteria, it's also affected the other organics, that floc, causing this issue with the total suspended solids, right?
Yes, so it had an impact across the board on multiple genres of bacteria.
Okay. So is this consistent with what you consider a treatment plant upset?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Davis, can we take a break?
Absolutely.
Do we have a motion?
We're looking at a 15-minute break. What are we thinking?
Yep.
Motion take a 15-minute break.
I'll second it.
All right. Cast your vote. We'll take a 15-minute break and we'll meet back 10:55. Pass. Please proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Stover, before we went on break, I think I was asking you about phosphorus. Do we see a phosphorus increase after May 19?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, is phosphorus removal also dependent on healthy biological activity?
Yes, so there's a genre of bacteria we refer to as PAOs, and they are polyphosphate accumulating organisms. And so there are bacteria that facilitate phosphorus removal beyond the normal utilization as a nutrient. And so what these levels indicate is failure of the BioP removal process.
Okay. Now, I asked you a minute ago about that red line, and sort of that was when you or the Stover Group or the plant became aware something was going on. Is that right?
Yes.
What was observed at the plant on May 19?
So our operators reported a significant amount of foam on the influent. They reported sanitation chemical type odor, cleaning chemical type odor at the plant.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 51, if I could. Now, looking at 51, do you recognize these photographs?
I do, yes.
Okay, what am I looking at here on page 1?
So this is in the kind of preliminary or primary treatment area of the facility. This is looking down from a catwalk into what we refer to as the head cells. This is the grit removal treatment portion of the plant. And so what this portion is designed to do is settle out and remove grit, heavy inorganic material that if it were allowed to proceed into the later portions of the plant, it would accumulate, reduce effective treatment, volume, stuff like that.
And what am I seeing there? What is the white and kind of brown stuff?
So the white is the chemical substance causing the foam. The color, the kind of brownish grayish color that you're seeing, that would be possibly a combination of organic and inorganic solids tied up in the foam.
Is this, then you mentioned a minute ago that they noticed foam in the influent coming into the plant, right?
Yes.
And is this evidence of it now? It's in the plant?
Yes.
Okay. It says 11:01, kind of, I think, at the top. Is that the time that this photo was taken?
Yes, it is cut off, but it was May 19th at 11:01.
Now, looking at page 2, is this the same photograph but no foam?
That is the exact same location. So this is again looking down into the top of the same head cell. We have a north and a south unit. Both photos are looking at the north unit. You can see this kind of metal chute to the top left of the corner of top left corner of the photo. That is that's kind of a flow distribution unit in the head cell itself. And so what's noticeable or notable, if you look at the liquid level there, this is a gravity overflow basin, meaning this basin always maintains the same operating level. So you notice how visible the chute is above the liquid level. And if you recall, or go back to the previous photo, you can get an idea of how thick that foam is. But that water level is a constant operating level.
And this photograph on page 2, is this after the foam has gone through?
Yes, this was taken at a later date.
And do we see, let's see, I mean, is that some of the foam debris? Does that look like?
It could be a remnant of it, yeah.
Okay. So on a normal day, is this what we expect it to look like in this area?
Normal day, this is normal appearance at the plant.
Okay. And is that the same on page 3?
Yes.
Okay. And just briefly, page 4 and 5, do those also show the foam in that particular area in the plant?
Yes, so these photos are again from May 19th also.
Okay.
This last photo on page 5, what you're seeing is the common wall divider. So if you see, if you turn it to orient it right, you're looking, the majority of the photo is looking into the south head cell, and you're catching just a glimpse of the north head cell.
I see. So a minute ago you told us there were 2 different head cells, so we're looking at both of them in these foam photos.
Yeah, so they have this concrete wall you see. Like I said, if you turn it upright, you got a concrete wall. That's just a common divider wall. And so, yes, so there the south head cells to your left, north head cell to your right.
And the photographs a minute ago that we saw of the earlier foam photos, that was of the south head cell?
The earlier were of the north.
Oh, I'm sorry, of the north, okay.
But these 2 units, you can see they're mirror image units. They're both in operation at all times, barring a need to do service maintenance, clean something out. Both of these are the only 2 head cells, so all flow coming past preliminary treatment, go into primary treatment is going through these head cells. Both head cells are in operation under normal conditions.
If we could go back to exhibit, I believe it's 39 again, and stay with those charts for a second on page 1. Okay, so it's May 19, we've got the red line. Someone starts noticing foam. You said there was a strong odor, is that right?
Yes, operators reported odor.
Okay. What was the odor of?
Cleaning chemical type odor.
Okay. Detergent, soap, something like that?
Yes.
Is detergent, soap also, are they also known as types of surfactants?
Believe they can be, yes.
And looking at these charts, I noticed there's a nice break there in the middle where we have no data. Why is there no data from, looks like the 22nd-ish and on?
So as a result of the upset, I think everybody's well aware, we ended up having a reported fish kill on the evening of May 21st. And we reached out, notified DEQ. We got a response from DEQ Thursday morning. It's Mr. Guyan from DEQ reached out, contacted me. We discussed it, and he asked that we shut flow down. I notified him that we could shut flow down, however, it would be a relatively short period of time. And so this gap in the data is that shutdown period where what we did was we shut off the influent pumps to the plant, so we're no longer pumping flow into the plant, and what that would ultimately do is halt our discharge with time.
And why are you shutting that off?
Because of the upset to the river,
Okay.
or the creek.
Now, when the influent is turned back on, it looks like from the data, the 27th is when we start back up. Are the levels still non-standard?
They are, and in fact, they're actually worse, at least for ammonia and phosphorus.
Let's talk about flow for a second. If we can scroll down just a little to that bottom panel. All right. You've told us why the ammonia, the total suspended solids, and the phosphorus changes jumped up primarily because there was there was an upset, the bacteria has been affected, there's a complete loss of nitrification. How does that relate to the flow?
So what the flow is portraying here, it's showing you our effluent flow discharged to Skeleton Creek. However, the coke nitrogen plant reuses our treated effluent, at least a portion of it, for their purposes. So they have a pump station at the plant, and they control their pump station, and they pull treated effluent over for their reuse purposes. So it's not that what this is not showing, think about how to word this, is the actual effluent leaving the plant. It's showing only the effluent portion going to the creek. And so like I said, Coke controls their pumps. They have parameters of their own concern on the water they reuse. And so what you see is the treatment plant got upset. They detected something they didn't like. They shut off their pumps. That increases our discharge to the creek because they're no longer taking a portion of that treated effluent for reuse.
Okay. And so this doesn't mean then that the total flow somehow skyrocketed. Is that
No.
right?
Correct.
To confirm, does it mean that usually part of this is diverted? It was not able to be diverted because of the levels, so that's why it looks like it's jumped up.
Correct.
Is it fair to say there was no, as far as we know, there was no significant introduction of more water in the influent?
That's correct.
All right. Was that pretty standard? It's just the person taking it at the end is not taking it?
Correct.
Okay. We talked about the foam, strong odor, detergent. I asked you if that can be considered a surfactant. Did the Stover group start looking into, okay, what is this foam? What was introduced?
Yeah, so I was speaking with Chris Lure, our supervisor. He was speaking with Ms. Cervantes, and what I recommended based on the foam is I said that we need to look into surfactants and PAA.
Why didn't you test, why aren't you looking for heavy metals instead?
I don't recall heavy metals being associated with foaming.
Why are you not testing for arsenic?
Same.
So was it the substance that you saw, the smell, that evidence of something detergent-like, is that what prompted you to specifically look at surfactants and soap?
Yes, that and previous experience with plant upsets of similar conditions in other facilities, yes.
Were you immediately looking for QACs?
So QACs are a fall under the surfactant category.
Okay. Well, I mean, was that your goal? Was we honed in immediately, this has got to be QACs, or were you looking more broadly, let's see if there's some surfactants there?
More broadly, because there can be other concerns in surfactants, but QACs are a primary concern, yes. So they were definitely on my mind.
So once this happened, did you do testing initially?
We did.
Okay. I'd like to direct you to Exhibit 46. Now, this has been introduced, but I want to focus on page 3 of that. where I see some test results, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and this says it's from Effluency?
Effluency?
Effluency, okay. Now, I believe Ms. Cervantes talked about accredited, non-accredited. Is Effluency an accredited lab in Oklahoma?
Yes. Unfortunately, no.
Okay. Does that mean that the data's wrong?
No.
Okay.
And in fact, we've worked with Cliff Lang a lot. We actually consider him probably to be one of the foremost experts on surfactant and QAC analysis.
Okay, but it's not an accredited lab, but do you trust the results?
I do.
Okay. Accredited or not, still, the data as far as you're concerned is sound?
Yes.
All right. So, 46, sorry, page 346. Okay. And I talked effluency. It says the Stover Group. Does that mean you were the one seeking this testing?
We collected, or these samples, you'll see, it may look a little confusing. It looks like there's 6 samples. There's 4, or sorry, 8. There's 4. There's 3 influent samples, 1 mixed liquor sample. These were samples collected at the wastewater treatment plant, and we shipped these out to Dr. Lang.
Okay. And you say these were taken influent. Does that mean before it went into the plant?
Yes, and these are composite influent samples as well.
Okay. Now, we talked about surfactants a minute. I see 2 kind of bolded rows here, but then at the top it says all values in ppm, and then there's some stuff underneath of it. What's that top section of rows supposed to be?
So where it says all values in ppm, what would really be fitting is if that stated cationic surfactants.
Okay.
So from the all values in ppm row down to the non-ionic surfactants label row, all those parameters in between, those are cationic surfactants.
So when I asked you a minute ago, we think it's surfactants, are these the surfactants that you looked at and did testing on into the influent of the system?
So Dr. Lang performed the testing, but yes.
At your direction?
Yes.
All right.
And I'll also mention Dr. Lang actually performs the analysis himself.
Okay. Now, what are cationic surfactants, that first grouping of rows there?
So cationic surfactants are going to be surfactants that have a positive charge to them.
Do these include QACs?
Yes.
All right. We saw some testing, some samples and whatnot. I think Ms. Cervantes is tracking. Are those some of the QACs that we were discussing in those?
Yes.
Okay. What's a non-ionic surfactant?
So it would be a surfactant that it doesn't have a positive or negative charge. It would be neutral.
And then anionic surfactant.
And that will relate to a negative charge surfactant.
Looking at this test, is this well, scratch that. Looking at this test, did you ultimately focus in on a specific type of compounds to further investigate?
So we did not direct Dr. Lang. The way he performs his testing is he runs a very broad scope on his tests, and then he will put into his reports what he considers most notable. And so what he will do, or I guess a better way to say it is, if I have a report for facility A and facility B, they will not be a cut and dry solid list.
Let's look at those cationic surfactant detections. Those totals. Were those concentrations non-detects?
No.
Are those concentrations significant?
Yes.
Okay. Seeing those cationic surfactants, seeing that those are QACs, is that what ultimately focused you on whether QACs had been discharged into the treatment plant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion yesterday with Ms. Cervantes about that email of yours on page 1, where you had stated, and I'll read it, but it's on page 1 in the middle, quaternary amine compounds can cause inhibition and toxicity at as little as 3 to 5 milligrams per liter. Did I read that right?
That is correct. However, if you do a quick internet search, not that that's necessarily credible, what you'll find is
I'm going to interpose an objection of offering an internet search as in support of any kind of scientific evidence in this case.
I'd like to respond to that objection with, I don't believe that Dr. Stover has finished up. We know that nearly every single source we have is on the internet. So I think there are various studies that we could find on the internet. I think the idea that the internet is inherently unreliable, he is providing the information that he has, and he has noted here it's 3 to 5 milligrams per liter. And I don't know what he's going to say next, but certainly if it is from an internet source, that doesn't make it automatically unreliable, particularly if he's going to tell us what that source is. If it's, I found it on a Reddit thread, then I can understand the objection and move to strike, and we will respond accordingly. If it's from, I used Google Scholar and noted this, yeah, I feel like the objection is somewhat premature for that as well.
So let me interpose my objection. If he wants to talk about a scientific study that he identified on Google, let's talk about the study. Let's not talk about things he Googled. If there's a scientific study that he's brought with him that was listed as an exhibit, they're entitled to present that to you, but not just go Google things and then try to present it to this board like that's real science.
Dr. Stover is sitting here as an expert. We know the evidentiary code doesn't apply, but certainly we expect experts to have a broad range of information and knowledge, and that does not require every single statement to be backed by, and here's my study behind it, and here's my study behind it. I think that would be unusual and quite prejudicial to expect that every single statement that is made be supported by, and here's my source. That's not what we do for experts as he's testifying here.
He's more than capable of testifying about his own personal experience and knowledge, just not what Google's knowledge is. That's not science, that's not a scientific study. And if he wants to talk about his own knowledge, go ahead, but she's asking him about things he's Googled.
Well, I'll note I did not ask him what he was Googled. I asked him about the statement that he made in his email, and he was providing a clarification. And again, we still haven't heard where he was going. It is very possible he said he's going to say, and you do an internet search, and I found a study, or I found the EPA noted, et cetera. We don't know. So, and that's why this is somewhat premature for that respect.
Do you have a motion to?
Well, okay. I'm thinking through the timeline that we have and the day and perhaps going into executive session and what that might do. Let me ask you a question then. So you were in the middle of questioning. Have you seen additional scholarly sources that show that that quaternary amine compounds, QACs, can cause inhibition at lower levels?
Yes,
Can you name any of those?
I can.
Tell me one of them.
So the National Institute of Health specifically states QAC inhibition or toxicity of 0.5 to 5 milligrams per liter. Aster Bio, a reputable company in our industry, also states 0.5 to 5.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the list that we saw, the data that we saw on page 3 a minute ago, are those concentrations higher than those limits we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, your statement was that they can cause inhibition and toxicity. When we're talking about that, we talking inhibition and toxicity at the treatment plant of those nitrifiers and other good bacteria that causes treatment?
That's correct.
Okay. Seeing that data and seeing those values that are higher than what these credible sources say is enough to affect it, what does that tell you about the impact, that what happened at the plant?
This indicates to me that the QACs, along with the anionic surfactants as well, were the cause of our upset condition, with the QACs being the primary responsibility.
Now I'm looking at the last two columns on this page. It says mixed liquor. What does mixed liquor mean when we're talking about a scientific sample?
So mixed liquor is kind of an old school term for biomass.
Okay. So what is
It refers kind of to the reactor contents.
Okay.
Is kind of what the term refers to.
Okay, so what do the mixed liquor biomass results show for the cationic surfactants, the QACs we're talking about today?
So I mentioned that this report appears to have results for 8 samples, but it's actually 4. So you'll notice a mixed liquor, and below that you'll see total, and then you'll see to the column to the right mixed liquor and free. So what the total indicates is the total concentration in the sample, which sounds kind of obvious. The free indicates the soluble fraction. So what the difference is, you notice it's 24.4, and I'm rounding off, 24.4 milligrams per liter of total surfactants, but only a half a milligram per liter of free, or half a milligram per liter of soluble. So what this indicates is that these compounds are bound up in the solids, or tied up with the solids, which it would be biomass.
Now, were these concentrations, when we're looking at mixed liquor, does that also appear to be above inhibitory and toxic thresholds?
Yes, big time.
Does that mean that the nitrifying bacteria and those good bugs were likely impacted?
Yes.
And is that consistent with the impact that you discussed in your June 2nd email on page 1?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what was happening operationally at the plant?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else that you could posit by looking at this study as far as the surfactants that were coming in and the amount?
So looking at the surfactants coming in and the amount, what you notice is the free versus total ratio is approximately 50%, give or take. I didn't calculate the actual numbers. But you're seeing a significant portion of the QACs coming in, or cationic surfactants, are in the free or soluble phase, which indicates that they will pass through grit removal and gravity settling processes onto the biological portion of the plant.
Is there anything in this data that tells us how many pounds or how much of these compounds are coming into the influent?
So these concentrations, combined with our influent flow, you could calculate a mass coming into the plant.
Okay, and what is that mass?
So for the influent total number here on 520, combined with our influent flow, it was 791 pounds. For the 21st, it was 384 pounds. And for the 22nd, it was 719 pounds.
So over consecutive days, was the plant receiving hundreds of pounds of surfactant?
Hundreds of pounds of surfactant over multiple days, and I'll point out that is pounds of the surfactants themselves. That's not pounds of a diluted sample. We're not talking, I've got 800 pounds of diluted sample. This is 800 pounds of these actual chemicals.
So we were talking, there was a conversation, I think an opening, about sanitizer being made in vodka bottles. We know, sorry to anyone, children watching, you dilute it, that's a cleaner, right? So you're saying this is the vodka, this is not the diluted hand sanitizer that I've made.
It is not the mixed drink.
Okay. Now, are those quantities at a scale consistent with ordinary household use in Enid?
No.
Was this someone at home really tired of cleaning and just taking their bottle of Lysol and dumping it in the toilet?
No.
All right. Are they consistent with small mom and pop commercial enterprises?
No.
In your opinion, what type of source would be capable of generating this magnitude of surfactant loading?
This would be, to me, an industrial site with a large quantity of these chemicals on site.
Now, I asked you a minute ago, is this the testing that prompted you to sort of focus on QACs? Is that being the compound that had come into the facility? We've heard a lot about QACs, but I want to get real bare bones with it. What are QACs?
So QACs they're technically an organic compound. They're the ammonium portion of it. What that's referring to is it's a kind of a nitrogen-based compound with either methyl groups or alkyl groups coming off of it. There can be benzene groups involved, so different chemical structures coming off of a nitrogen atom.
Now, it says quaternary amine or ammonium compounds. Does this mean it's ammonia?
No, ammonia is a different compound. The quaternary refers to basically 4 structures bonded to the nitrogen as the quaternary aspect.
I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 36. Now, on Exhibit 36, these pages, I see some images. Do you see those as well?
Yes.
Okay, did you create these images?
I did not.
Okay. Were these taken from a reputable source?
The source, I'm aware of the source.
Do we also, is this also something,
I don't want to speak harshly of the source, but I do agree with
the illustrations?
I do agree with the illustrations.
And to clear up, the source in these illustrations is that's also on Mid-Continent's exhibit list. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go through this. Tell me briefly, what are QACs designed to do?
So if you look through the second, page 2 and page 3, what you'll see what these chemicals are designed to do is the cell membrane, the phospholipid bilayer. What they do is these chemicals will basically embed themselves in the cell membrane, and they will separate the cell membrane. And so you especially see that on page 3. So you see the separation of the cell membrane, and in particular, what's a special note is you notice that the QAC can also be released, and that means it's still effective. But it separates the cell membrane and basically allows cellular contents to leak out. And if your cellular contents leak out, you don't function well. So it and ultimately can result in the cells lysing or rupturing and dying. And so the cell membrane separates, cellular contents leak out, and it can also disrupt energy production. But the cell lysis is the main function of killing the cells.
And so in its barest statement, QACs can essentially stab the bacteria open as we sow, much like us. If we are stabbed, things leak out, bacteria leaks out, it dies. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
They are designed to kill bacteria.
These are soaps, right?
They're a surfactant, okay. Yes.
They're designed to kill or inhibit microorganisms. Now,
correct.
Why is that important in a biological wastewater plant?
So it's great to kill bacteria at your house, prevent contamination, infections, things like that. Food safety, I agree. At a biological treatment plant where you're using bacteria to facilitate treatment processes, it can have a negative impact.
Can a QAC tell what we might consider good bacteria for a plant versus bad bacteria at a house?
Absolutely not.
Would you consider them compatible with nitrifying bacteria?
No.
Can it thus inhibit or destroy those nitrifiers we talked about?
Yes.
Would you consider them a toxic or inhibitory pollutant from a wastewater treatment perspective?
From a wastewater treatment perspective, yes.
Can they interfere with the operation of a wastewater plant?
Yes.
Can discharge containing QACs cause treatment failures?
Yes.
Can QACs kill other organisms?
Yes.
Can they kill fish?
Yes.
Based on your experience, are QACs the type of pollutant that wastewater plant operators really want to prevent from getting in the system?
Yes.
Okay. Would a significant QAC discharge be capable of causing the bacteria death that we discussed earlier, the nitrification at the wastewater plant?
Yes.
Okay. Would it explain the foam?
Yes.
Would it explain the ammonia increase?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. So, how would QACs getting into the system increase ammonia?
So it's not that they would, as far as effluent.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's not that they would, the QACs themselves would have an inhibitory or toxic impact to the nitrifying bacteria, which would reduce or stop treatment performance, nitrification, conversion of ammonia to nitrite or nitrate. So it would reduce or shut down that treatment step.
So is that consistent with what we talked about earlier? Ammonia comes in, we need it, but we need to treat it before it's discharged. The QACs kill the bacteria to treat the ammonia is discharged. Is that right?
Correct. So if the ammonia is not being nitrified, it then passes through the system and is discharged as ammonia.
Okay. QACs aren't somehow increasing the ammonia, are they?
There is potential for it.
Oh, okay. In general, are they just not letting the ammonia be transformed as it's supposed to?
Yes.
Now, after the incident, did you or someone at Stover Group notify DEQ?
Yes.
Why?
Just to be upfront, make sure they understand we've got a situation. We're not trying to hide anything. We've had an upset. We want to make you aware, and we want to get it resolved as soon as possible. And I believe we're also required to by permit.
Now, there was a notice of violation issued by DEQ. I believe it's Exhibit 30. If we could turn to that briefly. Now, there are some statements in here that talk about conversations, I believe, with you and whatnot. Do those accurately reflect the information you provided to DEQ during the upset?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that you're conversing with DEQ, had you developed a preliminary opinion regarding the cause?
I did, yes.
Okay, and what was that preliminary opinion?
That we had some type of a sanitizing, cleaning chemical agent come into the plant.
Okay. And did you communicate that to DEQ?
I did.
In your conversations with DEQ and that sort of discussion there at the beginning, did you believe that this sanitary detergent type chemicals entering, was that an ordinary discharge or a significant event?
It was a significant event. Was
that consistent with a slug type discharge?
Yes.
Okay. Is that conclusion, that it was a slug type, is that supported by the operational changes we saw in those charts, that high increase?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also communicate to DEQ that the bacteria responsible for treating ammonia and phosphorus had been rendered inactive?
Yes. Maybe not in those exact words, but yes.
Now, we talked about wet testing earlier, whole effluent testing, wet, in regards to the permit and how that's required to do quarterly. Did you happen to be wet testing around the same time?
We did happen to be wet testing this week.
And what happened to those wet tests?
We failed that wet test, both species.
And by failing those wet tests, both species, what do you mean? What happened to those species?
So I mentioned earlier the species, the water flea and the fathead minnow, they're required to go through maybe a certain growth phase or a certain reproductive phase during the test, or maybe have offspring count. I know that's an aspect of it, I believe, with the water fleas. And so I believe, if I remember right, we had complete failure where I believe all of the test organisms died. I have to review the results to make sure that's certain, but I believe that's what happened. And also to note something on our wet test requirements, we have 100% critical dilution. What that means is that our effluent, when the organisms are tested with our effluent, dilution water is not allowed. So like a background dilution water like Skeleton Creek, the dilution water is not allowed. They are tested with our effluent 100%.
I see. So whatever is coming out of the plant is what you must test. And in this regard, those two organisms didn't make it. Correct. Based on what was actually coming out of the plant. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
They have to survive or go through these certain requirements of the test only exposed to our effluent, no dilution water.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 32. Now that NOV had some of your early discussions, what was going on and what you all were doing along with DEQ, what is Exhibit 32?
So Exhibit 32 is a response letter to the NOV, and this was to Ms. Shelley Char, but it was detailing kind of the testing and the actions we had been taking. And I believe, let's see, June 30, so that was after we had recovered the plant. And we had also retested, so we had failed the wet test in May, so that automatically triggers a required retest. We had also retested and passed at this point. So this was an update in response to the NOV, but also updating on the condition of the plant.
Okay.
And the actions taken during that time.
So does this summarize the results of your investigation into the upset?
Yes.
Okay.
Up to that time, yes.
Up to, yeah, as of that date, right?
Sure.
We don't know what's happening in the future.
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you mentioned was you'd reseeded, you'd recovered by this point. Let's talk a little bit more about your investigation, what we see in here and otherwise. Now, do you know what peracetic acid is?
I do. So it's, you might hear it as either peracetic or peroxyacetic acid. It's a disinfectant used in industrial applications often, and it's not a specific mixture. It's kind of a blend of, I believe it's the peracetic acid, acetate, hydrogen peroxide. It's not just strictly a peracetic acid compound by itself.
Did your investigation evaluate peracetic acid as a potential cause?
We did.
And what did the testing show?
Basically, non-detect results, As far as the influence samples, very low concentration in the mixed liquor,
Did that,
negligible.
does that further support your opinions as to QACs being what caused the upset?
It did, yes.
Okay. Did you also evaluate the condition of the bacterial population itself?
We did, yes.
Okay, is that called a bacterial speciation test?
That's correct.
Okay, so what type of testing then was performed to evaluate that bacterial population?
So samples of the biomass were collected. They were shipped off. This testing was performed by AstroBio. If you do look at page 7, down at the bottom right, you'll see that it says report by Paul Campbell, PhD. So Dr. Campbell is with AstroBio, and he performed this testing himself.
Does this, well, what does bacterial testing show?
So if you look on the left side, you'll see, if everybody's looking at page 7, you look at the left side, you'll see specific types of bacteria. But if you look at the columns across the top, what would be the third and fourth column are the most noticeable. So you'll see a column for ammonia oxidizers, and you'll see a column for nitrite oxidizers. And you'll see also that what Dr. Campbell does is he performs a quantification aspect to this as well. And so what you'll see is kind of percent of the population, and what you notice for ammonia and nitrite oxidizers is the percent population is 0. He got 0 hits. And I can't speak exactly to the methods he's using, but I believe it's DNA extraction methods.
Does this show then that there was no ammonia oxidizing bacteria?
It does.
Does this also show there was no nitrate oxidizing bacteria?
Correct.
Does that mean that there was a loss of nitrification?
Yes.
Does that mean that that bacteria, those good bugs, were gone?
That's correct, yes.
All right. You've dug in, QACs, surfactants, you've checked the bacterial speciation, no, confirmed. Yeah, we've got none of that good bacteria we need. What do you do next as far as protecting or recovering the plant?
So in an effort to recover the plant, we chose 2 options. We purchased some quat neutralizer. So we were able to get that on site, try to get that into the system, try to neutralize any remaining quats in the system. But then we also purchased nitrifying seed culture or bacteria from AstroBio. Unfortunately, we did, because of not having room for wastewater coming in, we did have to start up prior to receiving our nitrifying seed cultures, but we introduced those as soon as we were able to get those in.
When you say so you couldn't just keep the plant off while you were recovering it, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So did the plant have to discharge some water without the nitrification being present?
Yes.
That bacteria that you mentioned, the reseeding, are you trying to introduce that good bacteria again?
Yes, so nitrifiers, we kind of discussed the heterotrophic versus autotrophic. Nitrifiers are slow-growing bacteria. They, from a kind of a growth and accumulation standpoint, you have to operate the plant specifically to grow and accumulate nitrifiers. Since they're slower growing, it could take weeks, months, it could take a long period of time, unknown, to completely and successfully recover nitrification. So, to speed that up, there are companies out there like AstroBio that have nitrification seed or nitrifier seed products, and so we purchased those to reseed the plant.
There was some conversation yesterday about by May 30th, visual clearance, whatnot. Had the plant completely bounced back by May 30th?
No, what that statement was referring to is we had seen improvement, but it was not back to normal operating conditions.
How long did it take to get to normal operating?
It was relatively quick, especially after seeding. That really helped improve the process. By early June, I believe we were back to seeing some of our routine non-detect concentrations on effluent ammonia.
I'd like to go back to Exhibit 39 if we can. Now, on this first page here, do we see some of that stabilization, that sort of coming back to normal in those early June dates?
Yes, so what it appears like is June 4th is when we kind of get back to our normal effluent concentrations that we're used to seeing, and then we stabilize there as well.
Now, we've talked about it a little, and we've heard quite a bit about a fish kill in Skeleton Creek. To confirm, does the plant discharge into Skeleton Creek?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did the fish kill occur during this upset period?
Yes.
Okay. What possible mechanisms could contribute to aquatic toxicity?
So ammonia is toxic to fish. However, the QAC chemicals that we found in the influent are as well.
So QACs themselves, can they be toxic or inhibitory?
Yes, it can.
Let's go back to this chart. I'd actually like to look at page 3 of this Exhibit 39. And I think we see here, you talked about June-ish is when we start to see the levels even out. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm looking at later in June, though. Looks like June 24, 26-ish, and it starts to jump up again. Do you see that?
I do.
Is it significant that those ammonia levels are jumping back up to around what they were during the fish kill, and yet there was no report of another fish kill?
It is, yes.
What does that tell you?
So the occasional increases that you see on ammonia through the month of June, what we had done during the shutdown is we have the storm pond over at the old plant, and I stated in an email, I believed it was 18 million gallons. Talking with Chris Luer, he believes it's 23 million gallons. So one of the things that we did was we shut down flow. When we shut down flow because of the upset, we had flow diverted over to the storm pond for storage. We were communicating with DEQ, telling them we were not seeing recovery, and we communicated to them that we would use anything we could to store wastewater before having to bring the plant back up and discharge without nitrification treatment recovered. And so we had a primary clarifier offline and the second half of the Verticell basically, and so we used those to store wastewater as well. So once we got back up and running, we had all this stored wastewater that we had to now treat and process and discharge. And so what we did was we systematically, slowly started bringing this water back through the plant and monitoring treatment performance. And we would start introducing flow. If everything was okay, we would ramp up slowly. And if we saw a hiccup, we would shut that flow off. And we would allow the system to recover. And we would just kind of slowly repeat that until we finally got processed through all the wastewater that was stored.
Now, with the ammonia being higher and being introduced without the nitrification totally recovered and whatnot, does that suggest that the fish kill might have also been caused by something else?
Yes. So I actually checked the numbers, and if you look at the charts that show the effluent increase and then the gap and then the effluent concentrations when we started back up, you'll notice those
on page 1? Sorry.
Yes. So you'll notice that those effluent ammonia concentrations are actually higher when we started back up. However, the concentration by itself doesn't tell the whole story. You've got to look at the flow as well. And so what the flow and the concentration together will give you is a pounds per day, or a mass. And so when we started back up, we actually had a higher mass of ammonia going to the creek than when we shut down at the time of the fish kill. But we did not have any fish kills reported following the restarting up of the plant.
Do you believe then that the introduction of QACs independently contributed to the fish kill then?
I do.
Let's talk through how we get to where we are today with Mid-Continent. Now, you told me earlier you went through the testing, the amount of surfactant loading into the effluent on May 20, 21, 22 was a significant number of pounds, such that it would need to be from an industrial source. Based on your knowledge of Enid's industrial users, were there many facilities capable of producing that magnitude of cationic surfactant loading?
There was 3 facilities that immediately came to mind.
Who were they?
That would have been the 2 Tyson Foods plants and Mid-Continent.
Now, what type of facilities are those?
So Tyson Foods is a food manufacturer. So they're, well, I'll leave it at that. They're a food manufacturer. We do a lot of work with food and beverage industry. They have mandatory sanitation cycles and sanitation requirements. So we know that food and beverage manufacturers are utilizing sanitizers, surfactants, QACs on site. Mid-Continent is from what I understand, a chemical repackager. So they're not actually manufacturing the chemicals, but they are bringing them in bulk form, repackaging them, and then I assume they're going out for distribution after that.
So we've got these 3 industries that you believe might have been the cause, is that right?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the city did sample Mid-Continent's discharge point?
I understand that they did.
Okay. And is it your understanding that they sampled at the manhole 1P020?
Correct, yes.
Is it your understanding that that manhole is associated with Mid-Continent's discharge?
Yes.
Are you aware of any other industrial user along that particular line?
Not that would be considered a significant industrial user, no.
I'd like to talk through those samples. Did Enid sample the Mid-Continent discharge point more than once?
Yes.
Did they sample some of the other industries that we talked about more than once?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 34. Do you recognize Exhibit 34?
I do.
At least insofar as the first 9-ish columns on page 1, and I'd say five-ish on the remaining pages. Do these summarize the samples that were taken at the Mid-Continent discharge point?
Yes, I do.
Or, sorry, manhole point. Thank you.
Yes.
What do I see in that column labeled effect on POTW?
So what this is doing is providing information basically for what the chemical is kind of designed to do. It's referencing the toxicity, inhibition or toxicity of these chemicals, the types of bacteria they could impact, and kind of some basic chemical information as well.
And is that last column the typical use?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
Okay. So if I'm looking at just column 1, I see a CAS number. What's for the first line? What's a CAS number?
The CAS number is going to be an identifier number. It's a specific number related to that chemical compound.
And then it tells me the compound associated with that CAS number, CAS number, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then next is the category. Is that right?
Yes.
And then after that, are those the results that were taken from whatever sample we're discussing here on page 1?
Yeah, so those are results from the SPL reports, yes.
And then insofar as those last 2 columns we talked about, are those specific to the type of compound in this row?
Yes.
Now I mentioned this as a summary. Let's go to the basis of some of these for a minute. If we can go to Exhibit 8. Perfect. And if we can go to page 3, I believe. Yeah. Does Exhibit 8, is this the underlying data that we saw on those pages, those first pages of Exhibit 34 related to this sample date?
I believe so, yes.
Now, there's been some conversation about holding time and things like that. I'd like to ask, how do we know, what's the quality control for these types of tests?
So as a certified lab, what SPL is required to do is they can't just run a test and generate a result. They've got to do certain quality assurance, quality control aspects, or QA/QC, not to be confused with QA/QC or QAC with all the acronyms flying around, but they have to do quality assurance, quality control, or QA/QC steps to show that their lab results are valid.
Now, when we've talked through this holding time, and there was the discussion about how this sample was taken past the holding time, is that your understanding?
Yes, it was analyzed after the whole time, yes.
Analyzed after the holding time. Now, you've told us earlier you're a certified laboratory operator, so I'm asking sort of in that regard, would the numbers increase if a sample is taken after the holding time? We've waited too long, so the numbers are going to get bigger?
No.
What would you expect for a sample that's taken after its holding time?
So these QACs, they're organic compounds. They are technically organic compounds, and as a result, they do have some biodegradability aspect to them, which means they can break down with time, and as a result of them breaking down, bacteria can eventually biodegrade them. So if I am far out of a hold time, I would expect these concentrations to decrease with time if I have a sample that would have bacteria present in it, possibly.
So bacteria samples taken past the hold time, would you typically expect they would be lessened then?
I would expect the results, the concentrations to decrease with time. But with that said, too, the QACs, obviously there's multiple types of QACs. Some QACs are more effective in the disinfection steps than others, especially at different concentrations. And then some are just more robust, some are more resistant to breakdown than others.
I'd like to go to Exhibit 14. And I got ahead of myself, so let's not go back to that exhibit unless you need it, Dr. Stover. But that Exhibit 8 was the only sample taken that day from that was analyzed in this set of data from the Mid-Continent manhole.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right, now we're looking at 14. Is Exhibit 14 also on Exhibit 34? The summary of the information on
Yes.
Exhibit 44, it forms the
Yes.
basis.
Excuse me. May I inquire when we're planning on doing our lunch break today?
Lunch will be here at 12:30.
All right. Exhibit 14. Are these from different sample dates?
As opposed to the original
As
May
opposed to
20,
Exhibit
yes.
8? Yes. All right. Does this also show samples from additional industrial users, not simply Mid-Continent?
Yes.
Now, I asked you at the beginning of this sort of line of questioning who you thought might have been the source of the cationic surfactants, and you gave us a number. Do we see those facilities that you mentioned, those industrial users, on
Yes.
this testing data?
Yes.
Was part of the investigation to determine whether and who that industrial user was that was the source of the upset?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at the data from these different locations along with Mid-Continent's, were QAC concentrations identified at these locations?
QAC concentrations were identified at Mid-Continent. While some were quantified or detected at Advance or Tyson, the 54th Street and Enterprise plants, they were at significantly lower concentrations.
Okay. And that was good. That was my next question, was were the concentrations at these other sampling points consistent or comparable to those observed at the Mid-Continent sampling point?
No, they're not comparable.
Were the same elevated surfactant concentrations identified at these points to what we see at the Mid-Continent sampling point?
Yes.
We tested the same information, but the actual concentration is different, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Did any other sampled industrial user show results similar to Mid-Continent?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Now, I asked about that manhole a second ago, manhole 1P020. To your knowledge, does that manhole receive wastewater from other significant industrial users?
Not from another significant industrial user.
Are there other businesses upstream?
There is.
What is that?
It's an OG&E service yard station. I'm guessing y'all are probably familiar with it, so.
So a business for OG&E, their offices?
It undoubtedly has people officing there, but from what I can tell, it's a service yard or a station, and so they've got linemen, servicemen coming in, loading up, headed out to work in the field.
Is it your understanding that the likely discharge coming from that location is domestic?
Yes.
Now, based on the sampling here in Exhibit 14, did Mid-Continent stand out from the other locations sampled?
Yes.
Did this comparison sampling identify any other industrial user sampled as a likely source of the QAC loading observed at the plant?
No.
I asked you a question a minute ago about Exhibit 8. Exhibit 8, we were a bit worried about the holding time. Is that a concern as far as you're aware with Exhibit 14?
No.
Now, is there a quality control aspect of this one as well?
There is, yes.
How do they do that quality control?
So there's a variety of things they have to perform. So let's find it.
Is it on page 12, I think you're talking about maybe?
So if you're looking at page 12, the top section, you'll see the word blank. And so a blank means that they are going to have some kind of a lab water, dilution water as a blank that they will test. And the purpose of the blank is to show that they have a water source that's not contaminated with these compounds. So for a blank to produce an adequate or satisfactory results, it has to produce a reading below, in their terminology, it's a MQL, it's a method quantitation limit, I believe is what they call it. You heard me mention a practical quantitation limit earlier. Same idea. So they have to produce a reading for that compound below the MQL. And in this case, their MQL is 1 microgram per liter. And that you can see that their reading is saying non-detect. So if they have a reading of 2 micrograms per liter, that is a failed blank.
And so when we're talking about taking these samples, you take the sample from the location and then is it added then to water?
So it may be. The water they use for their blanks is something I would call like a dilution water. So if they have a parameter they're analyzing, and when they're doing the analysis, they'll likely be working within a certain detection range. So a certain minimum to maximum concentration detection range. So for example, say their maximum detection range is 500 milligrams per liter. If they get a result of 700 milligrams per liter, they can't claim that that result is accurate. What they have to do is then dilute with some dilution water that has to test below blank levels or below MQL levels, and they dilute that sample down by a known dilution factor, and once they have a satisfactory result within the detection range and the known dilution factor, they take what I would refer to as an initial result multiplied by the dilution factor, and that gives them their final result.
Okay. So from just taking it to bare bones, layperson, because we are mixing this with the data, we don't want whatever that control is to be affecting the sample. So as you said, if we get 2 micrograms, 1,500 whatever it is, and we are testing with that, we might expect that, no, actually what's picked up is from the control. That was already there. That's not the sample. Is that right?
Yeah, and also to add to that, so the blank is, for one, that would be a water that they would use as a dilution water if they need to perform a dilution. What it also shows is it's verifying that they can test and not get false positive interference.
Okay. So does this, what we see on page 12, does that give us some surety that the results are accurate?
Yes, that's one piece of it, yes.
Let's go to Exhibit 15 very quickly. Does Exhibit 15, does the data on here also form part of the basis of Exhibit 34, that summary exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Exhibit 15 says it was taken 625, 626, 24-hour composite. Do we still see levels, high concentrations of QACs from the mid-continent sampling point?
Yes, we do.
Is it significant that QACs were detected more than a month after the upset?
Yes.
Does the repeated detection indicate a continuing presence of QAC containing waste streams?
Yes.
Does the repeated detection also support reliability of the results? We're seeing it more often?
I would say yes.
Okay. All right. Now, all the samples have been entered. I wanted to just briefly run through those. Let's actually go back to Exhibit 34.
Yep, sorry, you said 34.
Exhibit 34, the summary exhibit. Now, I'd asked you at the beginning, tell me what these various columns are. Is it fair to say, would this exhibit be helpful to explain not only what was detected, but also why those compounds matter to a wastewater treatment plant?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at the first one on this first page. Octyl decyl dimethylammonium chloride. Do you see that?
I do.
I can't believe I said that.
You did
First
great.
time. I was practicing last night. I'm never going to say it again. Is that particular compound, is that a QAC?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, what is its typical use?
It's going to be a disinfectant, surfactant, in industrial cleaning products.
What does the exhibit indicate is the effect on a publicly owned treatment works?
Disruption of basically cell membranes.
Was this detected at Mid-Continent's discharge point?
Yes.
All right, if we run through the other pages, various different dates of sampling, I'm on page 6 also, the June 25 sample, and I'm on page 8, the July 18 sample. Do we see this compound present in the Mid-Continent sample on multiple dates?
Yes.
Now the category has a name behind it. And I see a number of QACs that look to start with benzyl, and it looks like they're benzalconium family. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Are benzalconium compounds a type of QAC?
Yes, they are.
Are they also commonly used as disinfectants and sanitizers?
Yes.
Were multiple different types of benzalconium compounds identified at the Mid-Continent samples?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I also see didecyl dimethylammonium present as well. Is that another type of QAC?
Yes, it is.
Now, looking at Exhibit 34 as a whole, the repeated samples that we see, are we seeing numerous types of QAC compounds?
Numerous types and repeated occurrence of the same types, yes.
Are all of the QACs that we see on Exhibit 34 taken from these samples associated with disinfectants, sanitizers, cleaning products, or antimicrobial foundations?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit 34 as a whole, but asking more generally, were QAC compounds detected from the Mid-Continent sampling point on May 20?
Yes.
Were QAC compounds detected from the Mid-Continent sampling point on the June 3 and 4 sampling event?
Yes.
Were they also detected on the June 24 sampling event?
Yes.
On the July 18th sampling event?
Yes.
On the July 21 sampling event?
Yes.
Which for record purposes is page 11 of this. I think it's exhibits 40 something. Were they also detected in the July 30th sampling event?
Yes.
Now, were they also detected in the August 5 sampling event?
Yes.
By the time we get to August, are the concentrations shown lower than the prior events?
They are significantly lower.
Okay. Now, looking at the effects columns for all of these types of QACs that were found at from the Mid-Continent sampling point, do these all have a similar impact on a publicly owned treatment works?
Yes, they would.
And what is that impact?
Basically inhibition toxicity to the biomass.
Do these harm or kill bacterial cell membranes, as we saw from that earlier picture?
They do.
Do multiple compounds on this exhibit expressly note that they would inhibit nitrification?
They do.
Would they also be toxic to activated sludge?
They would, yes.
And to confirm, is activated sludge the process used by Enid's plant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Looking at the concentration data, obviously we've got several months worth of sampling. In general, do these compounds show up above the reporting limits for this lab?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Talked a little bit about a reporting limit yesterday, so I want to make sure that we don't get confused. What is a reporting limit?
So a reporting limit, different labs will use slightly different terminology. I believe what they're referencing, what SPL refers to as a reporting limit, would be kind of a minimum limit that they can say that they have statistical confidence reporting at or above.
Is that kind of similar to what you were talking about earlier on your MOR data? It's basically a non-detect at this level. We can't get it. We can't get anything lower.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. Now, is a reporting limit that we see on here and on these this data, are these regulatory reporting limits?
These would be reporting limits determined by the lab.
Okay. So this
that
is
sorry, that would be their lab technicians, their lab equipment. You can build in some confidence to that, so you can say, okay, my method quantification or quantification limit is 2 milligrams per liter, but to add some confidence to it, I'm not going to report below 5. So there is a little bit of flexibility in there.
okay. So for each lab and for the ones that we see on here, is this simply the lowest level the laboratory can reliably detect?
That's what I believe SBL refers to in the reporting limit, yes.
Okay. Now, looking at this exhibit, are some of the compounds hundreds or thousands of times above that reporting limit?
Yes.
I asked you a minute ago about the impact on the publicly owned treatment works. Some of them say they affect nitrification, activated sludge. To confirm, are these types of compounds capable of causing the treatment upset that was observed in May 2025?
Yes.
Would these types of compounds be consistent with seeing foam and smelling cleaner?
Yes.
With the levels that we see here and the concentrations we see, is this consistent with the biological, is a discharge of these types of compounds consistent with the biological impacts observed at the plant?
Yes.
Okay. I want to do some background on safety data sheets, and then I believe we'll take a break before I dig into them, which is probably good for everybody. Let's talk about SDS. What is an SDS?
So an SDS is a safety data sheet. So it gives a bunch of information related to the chemicals. I believe what they're really intended for is for the people working with the chemicals. It's kind of that right to know work aspect. And so that an employee that's working around these chemicals, they can go to an SDS, they can see the hazards of working with the chemical, they can see things like emergency response aspects, they can see disposal and handling, they can see there's some environmental impact information in them.
Do they show the ingredients typically?
They will, or they're supposed to.
They're supposed to. Should they show the concentrations of those ingredients?
They are supposed to, yes.
Okay. And should they also include, as you said, the hazards and the environmental effects?
Yes, they are supposed to.
Okay. Now, did you review SDS materials associated with Mid-Continent's
I
chemicals?
did review some of their SDSs, yes.
Okay. Did the SDSs help identify whether QAC containing materials were present or used by Mid-Continent?
Yes.
Did the SDSs help connect the type of chemicals used at Mid-Continent to the compounds that we've talked about in these lab samples?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to go through them as I said, but were a number of the chemicals identified consistent with disinfectant, sanitizer, cleaner, or QAC-related products?
Yes.
Were those chemicals consistent with the compounds detected at Mid-Continent's sampling point?
Yes.
Were they consistent with compounds capable of harming the publicly owned treatment works?
Yes.
We've talked about some meetings that were had. Were you present at any of those meetings between Mid-Continent and City of Enid?
I did call in via Zoom, yes.
Okay. And I think I saw that on maybe some of those exhibits that said Zoom. Lucky you. Did SDSs come up at any of those?
There was some information that came up related to SDSs, yes.
Okay. And I'm trying really hard not to say SDS sheet, kind of like PIN number, so I'm trying really hard. All right. Initially, was there a discussion of a single SDS?
I recall reviewing a single SDS early on and bringing, I believe I may have even brought it up during the discussion, yes.
Later on, did Mid-Continent, I believe as Ms. Cervantes testified, provide a number of additional SDSs?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, during those conversations with Mid-Continent, you're talking through that SDS, maybe you're reviewing the others. Did Mid-Continent indicate there were compounds reflected in the samples that they didn't use?
That was mentioned, yes.
Okay. What happened in that conversation?
So in that conversation, I specifically remember this octodecyl dimethyl ammonium chloride compound being brought up, and it was stated by someone from Mid-Continent that they did not have this product or this compound on site. And I actually, since I was using Zoom, I was able to share my screen. I took their Lysol SDS, I believe it was like a 99.9 something sanitizer, something like that. But what I did was I highlighted in section 3 that lists the ingredients, and I don't recall exactly what it said, but it listed a C8-10 alkyl chain QAC.
Okay. Now, ultimately, did Mid-Continent provided a number more? Ms. Cervantes testified over 1,200, 9,000 plus pages. Did you have access to that information?
I believe I've seen some of them.
Okay.
Yes.
I believe, did they provide that to you on like a OneDrive or something, or a
They
server?
provided it to the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to give you Exhibit 35. We won't have time to go through it, but I'd like to give you Exhibit 35.
We're going to get through this before lunch, right?
Now, for record purposes, and I will note, as it's been testified to by Ms. Cervantes, there are about 1,200 SDSs that were provided. Exhibit 35, you actually have a different one of these for that. But we could find that on the break. That's why I think it'll be better to find it on the break. There's only about 55 that were pulled out to avoid killing trees and to avoid discussing ones that are not relevant to this. Now, as far as the SDSs listed in Exhibit 35, have you reviewed all of those?
Not all of them, no.
Have you reviewed ones relevant to the discussion about QACs?
I have reviewed them, yes.
Okay.
Some of them, yes.
based on your review of these, I think, 30-something SDSs and Exhibit 35, did these include products that contain QACs?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Did they include several different types of QACs?
Yes.
All right, we talked about benzyl ammonium earlier. I think we talked about octyl decyl dimethyl ammonium. Do they have multiple different types of families?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we discuss the SDSs, I'd like to briefly talk about how these compounds are named. I made a joke about how saying them, they're somewhat unwieldy, right? The names of these things. Now, do compounds, are they sometimes identified differently in a laboratory report than in the SDS?
They can be. So these are organic compounds, and in organic chemistry, you get into the naming structure, kind of the nomenclature of chemicals, and there is some flexibility there. So for example, when you're seeing these octyl or decyl or dodecyl, tetradecyl, hexadecyl, what that's referring to is a length of a carbon chain and the number of carbons in that carbon chain. For example, dodecyl is a 12-carbon chain, and you can call it dodecyl or you can call it laurel. And I briefly looked it up to figure out where laurel came from, and I think it comes from an old Latin term for some compound. So, you know, you can also refer to it by a chemical formula. So, a octyl chain would be a C8 chain. So in some of the SDSs, it shows capital C8, and that's referring to an 8-carbon chain.
So let me ask an example then. So on the samples, we saw benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium. So benzyl, does that tell us sort of the family that it's in? The benzyl?
So the benzyl, yes, and the benzyl refers to a benzene ring.
And then
benzyl group.
Benzyl dimethyl dodecyl. Dodecyl, is that the 12 you were talking about?
That would be the 12.
Okay. And so would that sometimes be referred to as a C12 compound then?
Yes.
Because it has a C12 carbon chain?
Correct.
C12, is that where that comes from?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when the laboratory report identifies benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium, is it identifying the specific C12 member of that benzene family?
Yeah.
Okay. We can briefly look at an example. If you can go to tab 1, and on the break we will confirm how to get tab 1 up there. But tab 1 in your 35. Is that an ActiClean toilet cleaning discharge, or cartridge, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Now if we go to the section 3 that talks about composition or ingredients, does this say, what does it say there?
So it lists a few different ingredients, but ultimately the final ingredient listed is a QAC.
Okay. Will you read that QAC out for us?
You just want to see if I can say it?
Yeah.
Quaternary ammonium compounds, benzyl C12, 16 alkyl dimethyl chlorides.
Now does that mean what we just talked about a second ago, that's that C12, that carbon chain?
Yep, so the C12 in this case, that would be a dodecyl.
Okay.
I do not know the term for the 16. Hexadecyl.
In this case, when we're talking about the samples that we saw with the benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium, is the laboratory identifying the individual member of the family, and the SDS is showing the family, benzyl C12 to 16 alkyl dimethyl?
Yes, they are identifying the individual compounds, yes.
Okay. Are those two descriptions consistent or contradictory?
Consistent,
Okay. Even though they say different things, are we still talking about the same one?
yes.
Okay. Let's take another example. We can go to tab 2. Actually. Okay, yes, perfect. All right, there are two, I will just note for the record, there's two Bardak 2080s listed that were provided. I wanted to make sure I was on the right one for tab 2. All right. Now, Exhibit 34 we talked about because I was so excited that I was able to say it. It identifies the compound octyl decyl dimethyl ammonium. Bardak says decyl dimethyl octyl ammonium. We flipped. Octyl was at the beginning, now it's at the middle. Decyl was at the middle, now it's the beginning. Are these describing the same compound?
I would say yes. It may refer to maybe a handedness, such as a left or right handedness chemical, possibly, I'm not sure. But ultimately, the same structure is there.
Okay. I don't know that I want to touch the handedness part of this at all, so I'm going to.
Also, too, to mention this SDS references Bardak, that would be like maybe a trade or common name. And so that's another aspect that comes in is you have the chemistry nomenclature, and then you'll have these chemicals referred to. People don't like to go around referencing, hey, grab me the didecyl dimethyl ammonium. They say, hey, hand me the Bardak. So that's another aspect is trade names, common names.
So so Bardak, this is the name of the product.
I believe so, yes.
Even though that's the name, we have to look at the ingredients to tell us whether or not there's a QAC or what it's comprised of.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
Does that mean we really need to look at these SDSs and dig into what they say rather than just focusing on the trade name?
Correct.
Do we also need to look at the specifics of the components listed to confirm, you know, hey, this says decyl dimethyl octyl ammonium chloride. We're talking about octyl dimethyl decyl ammonium chloride. We need to look at those things. This is not something that can be done on the fly, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
We've been going about an
Yeah.
hour and a half. Are we,
I think we should.
yeah,
Want you?
break?
Lunch here.
Good.
Do you have a motion to break?
I'll make a motion for lunch.
Second it.
All right, Cash. We'll be back 1:15.
Okay.
All right.
1:15? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, for
Okay.
showing it.
Do I have a motion to come back from the recess?
Make a motion to reconvene.
And I'll second.
Cast your vote. Passes 5-0. Please continue.
Okay, Dr. Stover, before we went on break, we were talking through SDS, or safety data sheets, in Exhibit 35. And everyone should have an index now, if you need it. But we're going to start, we talked about this briefly, but we're going to start with tab 1. So, now to confirm, is tab 1, is this one of the SDS documents provided by Mid-Continent in that packet?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
Okay. Is active ActiClean toilet cleaning cartridge a type of QAC?
Yes, it is.
Can you pull your microphone?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'll do that. And this is one we actually, when we were talking through naming earlier, the C1216, so we've talked a little bit about this one is that right?
Correct. And I'll correct myself to say it contains QACs.
It contains QACs and other things, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is ActiClean toxic to any aquatic organisms?
According to section 12, yes.
Does it specifically say what it's toxic to?
So it includes Daphnia, that's a water flea, fish, algae, crustaceans, and just kind of lists some different parameters related to that.
Okay. Now, water flea, is that a type of water flea similar to what you discussed that the city has to test for in its wet testing?
Yes, I'm not sure. They reference at the bottom of that first section of Daphnia magna, that is a different species, but at the top they just state Daphnia in general, so my guess is that's just general water fleas.
Is it your understanding, is this type of product, is it toxic to, or does it have toxic effects?
Yes, and you'll notice too at very low concentrations.
Does this also have a residual or slug concern for the treatment plant?
Yes.
Would it also have a concern under, for Enid's NPDES permit?
Yes.
Is there a concern that this type of QAC could interfere with the treatment plant?
Yes.
Is this type of QAC that shows up on ActiClean, is that a type of QAC that shows up in the samples from the Mid-Continent sampling point?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Let's go to tab 2. We talked a little bit about this one earlier, Bardak. We talked about how it was a trade name, right? Does Bardak contain QACs or more than one QAC?
Yes, it does.
Are these QACs toxic to aquatic life?
Yes, they are. And if you look in section 12, it references, and I may pronounce it incorrectly, Pimphalis primelis, that's the fathead minnow. That's actually the species we use for wet testing.
Okay, and we're looking at page page 12. Yeah, page 12 looks like it's also section 12. Okay. Is this a chemical that you'd have a residual sludge concern for the plant?
Yes.
Would you be concerned about water quality or complying with your NPDES permit if this were in the discharge?
Yes, I would.
These types of QACs, did any of those listed in the components show up in the sample from Mid-Continent sampling point?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Let's go to 3. Is this another type of Bardak? Is this another
Oh,
type
sorry.
of Bardak? No, it's
Sorry.
okay.
I didn't hear the question. Yes.
They're fascinating. No, I hope they are fascinating because we have a few to go through. All right, is this a type of is this a Bardak as well?
Yes.
All right, does it contain QACs?
Yes, it does.
Does it contain a QAC that we saw in the Mid-Continent samples from the sampling point?
Yes.
Is it toxic to aquatic life?
Yes, it is.
Does this type of chemical have any residual or slug concerns if it gets into the wastewater?
Yes.
Would you have concerns with complying with Enid complying with its NPDES permit if this is in the discharge?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Let's go to 4. Is this barquat? Is that what this is called?
Yes.
Does this also contain a QAC?
Yes, it does.
Is this toxic to aquatic life?
Yes, it is.
I note it also says it's toxic to activated sludge. Do you see that?
Where are you referencing that at?
Yeah.
Yes, toxicity of bacteria.
Do you see it? Yeah, it's on page 8. Do you see where it says toxicity to bacteria, respiration inhibition, species activated sludge? Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Is this also toxic to algae?
Most likely. Yep, right there, yep, sorry.
Is this the type of QAC that we saw in the samples that we've introduced
Yes.
from Mid-Continent's sampling point?
Yes, it is.
Does this type of chemical also provide residual or slug concerns for the discharge?
Yes.
All right. Is there also concerns that a discharge containing this compound could affect Enid's ability to comply with its NPDES permit?
Yes.
Let's go to number 5. Now, this one is called benzalkonium chloride. Is that the name of a quat, actually?
It is, yes.
Okay, so does this contain QACs?
Yes, it is a QAC.
Okay. Does this provide any data as to toxicity?
Yes, it does.
What does it say?
It relates to toxicity to fish species and crustacea.
Is there a concern for, is there a residual or slug concern with discharge containing this compound getting into the wastewater?
Yes.
All right. Is there also a concern about complying with Enid's NPDES permit?
Yes.
Okay. And to prime everyone, these are the questions I'm going to ask for everyone. So we might be able to go through them a little bit quicker. So I won't read anything out loud, but I may be able to skip some of the intro and hopefully tick through them. So let's go to 6. BTC 2125 MP40. Is this a QAC?
Yes, it is.
Does it show up in the sampling from Mid-Continent Sampling Point?
Yes, it does.
Is it toxic to
Yes,
aquatic life?
Yes, it is.
Is it considered a marine pollutant?
Yes.
Does this compound have residual or slug concerns?
Yes.
Would this have, would this affect the ability to comply with your NPDES permit?
Yes, it could.
Okay, let's go to the next BTC. That's number 7, BTC 8358. Is this another type of QAC?
Yes.
Is this a QAC that shows up in the sampling?
Yes.
Is it toxic or toxic to aquatic life?
Yes, it is.
Does this provide a residual or slug concern?
Yes.
Is there a concern about complying with your NPDES permit if this were discharged?
Yes.
Let's go to 8. Carboquat 8. Does that have quat in the name?
Yes, it does.
So, hinted it. Does it have a QAC in it then?
It does.
All right. Is that a QAC that we see in the sampling?
Yes.
Is this considered toxic to marine life or a marine pollutant?
Yes, it is.
Does this provide a residual or slug concern?
Yes.
Would this give concerns with complying with the NPDES permit?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Let's go to 9. JAQ or Jack, I don't know how you pronounce it. Powdered quat. Does this one also have quat in the name?
Yes, it does.
All right. Does this include QACs then?
Yes.
Are these QACs that were found in the samples?
Yes.
Is it considered a toxic to aquatic life?
Yes.
Does this have residual or slug concerns?
Yes.
Are there concerns that, about complying with the MPDES permit if discharge
Yes.
conclude? Thank you. Let's go to 10. Lansagard. Is Lansagard a type of quat?
Yes.
Now, does Lansagard say anything about it being toxic? Specifically, and since there are 2 Lansagards, I'm on tab 10, Lansagard DC 103.
For this one, it says that no data is available.
If I look through this safety data sheet, do we see a lot of no data available?
Yes.
Okay. We also, do we know what the concentration of the QAC in this is?
We do, so, well, sort of. So it tells us that it's less than 0.1%.
Is that a small amount?
It's actually not. 0.1% would be, if the specific gravity is 1, does not tell us. But assuming that this is dilute and diluted in water, assuming the specific gravity is 1, 0.1% would be 1,000 milligrams per liter.
Now, there's no data on the SDS about this being toxic. It's a low concentration comparatively, still large as you'd said. Would you consider this a residual or slug concern issue? Or would you have a concern about residual or sludge coming through with this discharge?
I would say potentially. It depends on the use, the intended use of the product.
Okay. And is that the same question for, or is that the same answer for the MPDES permit? Would you be automatically concerned, or is it possible this might not cause a permit violation?
It's possible, but the concern is still there.
Okay. Let's go to 11. Lansagard BKC GMP. Does this show a type of QAC?
It does, yes.
All right, now, I believe it simply states benzalkonium chloride. So it tells us it's part of the benzalkonium family, is that right?
Yes.
Does it provide any additional detail on the type after that?
No.
Okay. Is this considered toxic to aquatic life or a marine pollutant?
I'm going to say on the concentration alone. Let me find section 12. Yes.
Would this provide a concern about residual or sludge violations?
Yes.
Would there be a concern about complying with your MPDES permit if this were discharged? Let's go to 12. This is a Lysol, is that right?
That's correct.
Does this Lysol, number 12, Lysol kills 99% of bacteria, laundry sanitizer, 0% bleach. Does this include a QAC?
Yes, it does.
Is this the type of QAC that's on the sampling?
Yes, it is. This is also the one that was discussed during one of the Mid-Continent phone calls.
I see. So, and this is maybe, is this a good example of sort of how naming works as well?
Yes. So this is specifically the one I referenced during that call.
Okay. Is this toxic?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Does it say it's toxic to Daphnia, the water flea?
So Daphnia, they may mean just kind of the genre,
Okay.
genus.
Does this also a potential biological sludge concern?
Yes.
Would there also be a concern for complying with your MPDES permit if this
Yes.
were discharged? Let's go to 13. Another Lysol. Does this also have QACs?
Yes.
Is this also toxic to aquatic life?
Yes, it is.
Is it also toxic to fish and algae
Yes.
specifically? Was this one you'd have a biological sludge concern?
Yes.
Is there a concern complying with the permit if this is discharged, the MPDES permit if this is
Yes.
discharged? Let's go to our last Lysol 14. Does this also include a quat?
Yes, it does.
Or more, does it include more than one quat, actually?
Yes.
Is this a type of quat that shows up on the sampling from mid-continent sampling point?
Yes, it does.
Does this have concerns for biological sludge issues?
Yes, it does.
Would this also potentially violate Enid's MPDES permit if it were discharged?
Yes, it could.
Let's go to 15. Maquat. Another one that kind of gives it away, but is this does this have a QAC in it?
Yes, it does.
Is it a QAC that we saw in the samples from mid-continent?
Yes, it is.
Is it considered toxic to aquatic life?
Yes, it is.
Would this have biological sludge concerns?
Yes.
Would there be concerns with complying with the MPDES permit if it were discharged?
Yes.
Let's go to 16. What's 16?
Looks like Ruaquat.
Yeah. Rewoquat, so it says quat in the name. Does it tell us what kind of quat it is?
It does not specify.
It just tells us there's a quat. We don't know the kind.
Yeah, we don't know the specification.
Can we say with all certainty that this type of, that Rewoquat was in the sampling then?
We cannot.
Does it include any information about if it's toxic?
No.
Is there any way for us, the city, the board, to analyze whether this would be a concern, a residual slug concern affecting our permit, or if it's toxic in any way?
We can't say without more information.
I'm looking at page 7 of this. Specifically, right before we get to 13 disposal considerations, it says other adverse effects. Do not allow product to enter soil, surface water, or groundwater. Does that tell us anything, or should we consider wastewater really different?
It doesn't say anything specific about wastewater. No.
It says disposal considerations, disposal methods, in accordance with local authority regulations, take to special waste incineration plant. Would that give you pause that perhaps this shouldn't be discharged?
That would indicate it should not be discharged.
Now, I've got a number of additional ones to go through, but before I do, we talked about this before, and I think Mr. Walker discussed it with Mr. Vantes. Is it true there are a number of different kinds of compounds, of quat compounds?
So according to the National Institute of Health, there are at least 263 known QACs to exist.
Did
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that number.
At least 263, according to National Institute of Health.
Did Enid find 263 different kinds of QACs in the wastewater or in the sampling that they did?
We did not test for that many.
Okay. So is it possible that a facility can have other products containing quats, but they weren't quats that showed up in the sample?
That is possible.
Is that information still potentially relevant to what we're discussing here today?
Yes.
Why?
It's, I mean, let me think of how to word this. There's an unknown quantity of toxicants that you can test for. It's, I mean, it's, nobody has a number on that.
Well, so with that thought, let's quickly go to 17. Okay, and I think, now, does this have a quad in it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and this is a benzyl ammonium, so this is one of the ones that we did test for, is that right?
Yes.
Does this show up in the sample then?
Yes.
Is this toxic?
Yes, it is.
Would discharge of this provide a biological sludge concern?
Yes.
Would discharge of this potentially impact Enid's NPDES permit?
Yes.
Let's go to 18. Is this a type of quat?
Yes.
Cocoa alkyl trimethyl chloride. Is that one of the ones that we see in the samples?
Yes.
Is it?
I believe it does.
We can verify as needed. Cocoa looked new to me. That's why I wondered.
Yeah. What I don't think SPL doesn't use the term cocoa, so I don't know what that stands.
So it's possible this could be in the sampling. We just don't know based on what the SDS says.
Yes, we'd have to verify.
Regardless, is this a QAC?
Yes.
If this were discharged, well, I'm sorry, is this considered toxic to marine life?
Yes.
If this were discharged, would there be a residual or sludge concern?
Yes.
Would there be a concern of permit compliance with NPDES?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you the same type of questions for 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27. You could just take a quick look at those and then tell me, do all of them contain QACs?
You said 19, and 19 does. And then what were your other numbers?
Basically 19 to 27.
19 to 27. Gotcha. So 20, yes. 21 has it in the product name.
Yeah, 21 is empty.
Does contain QACs. Yes. And 23, yes. $24, yes. $25, yes. I'm missing a 26.
Yeah, there's no 25, so it's 26, I think, might have been what you just
Okay.
picked. Yeah.
And what's numbered here? 27, yes. Oh, wait, I missed 26. I apologize. 26, yes. All of those do.
Okay, all of those that we've listed, those are QACs?
Yes.
Are all of those toxic or toxic to aquatic life?
We need to review, but I'm assuming yes.
Depending on the concentration, so let's assume it's like a drop in a barrel. Is it possible that might not be toxic? Is that right?
Say your last part of the question again.
Yeah, would that be automatically toxic? I mean, I think concentration, putting concentration issues aside, in general, with what we know about QACs, are they toxic to aquatic life?
In general, yes.
Okay. Do we expect that these QACs that were listed here that are different than the ones we've previously discussed, the cocos and whatnot, is the city still concerned? Does city still have a residual sludge concern with those?
Yes.
Would the city still have concerns complying with its MPDES permit, given those are QACs?
Yes.
All of the QACs that we've run through, can they all interfere with the publicly owned treatment works?
Yes.
Now, I believe it was testified to earlier that not all of the SDSs that were provided by Mid-Continent included QACs. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Are QACs the only type of chemical capable of adversely affecting a biological wastewater treatment process?
No.
Are there other types of compounds that could potentially interfere as well?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other categories of chemicals besides QACs that are specifically designed to kill, inhibit, control, or destroy microorganisms?
I'm confident there is.
We're on 27, moving to 28 of 57, it looks like. Were there other types of chemicals that were found in the, scratch that. Were there also surfactants found in the SDS?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a type of chemical that can be toxic to aquatic life?
Yes.
Is that also a type of chemical that can possibly have a residual sludge concern?
Yes.
It's also possible that those could interfere?
Yes.
Is it also possible those could cause permit compliance issues with MPDES permit?
Yes.
Looking at 38 through 57, just very broadly, were those the surfactants that you found?
Yes.
Did the presence of those products further demonstrate that Mid-Continent is handling biologically active antimicrobial chemicals?
Yes.
Are surfactants necessarily as toxic as QACs?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. Can they still affect the wastewater treatment processes?
Yes.
Can they contribute to biomass stress or other operational impacts?
Yes.
I'd like to go to Exhibit 33 of Mid-Continent's exhibits. Now, attached to Exhibit 33 is a report of some kind. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Have you read that before?
Some of it, yes.
To confirm, was this done by the Stover Group?
No.
Was this done by a different consultant of the City of Enid?
Yes. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
There was a discussion yesterday, and this source was utilized, not necessarily for the substance, but for one of the tables in one of the discussions talked about pollutants of concern. As it relates to pollutants of concerns, and I believe this is, I'm on page 11, it looks like. I don't know. It's page 6 of the actual technical report, but it's 11 of the full document. And there was a discussion about EPA pollutants of concern. Now, is it true that there are local limits and pollutants of concern as listed here?
Yes.
Are these the only pollutants of concern for a wastewater treatment plant?
No.
Can a chemical not be listed on EPA's recommended pollutants of concern here, but still kill the bacteria?
Absolutely.
Are QACs listed on the pollutants of concern?
They are not.
Does that mean they should be discharged without any protocols into a wastewater treatment plant because the EPA says they're not on this list?
No.
Based on our discussion and our review of Exhibit 35, which we don't need to pull back up, but do you believe, scratch that. Does Mid-Continent possess or use multiple QAC containing products based on the SDSs that you were provided?
Yes.
We went down that line, at least 1 through 15 and then 17. As we saw, 16 didn't give enough detail to know, but of that list that we went through, were several of those products consistent with the QAC compounds identified in Mid-Continent's discharge samples?
Yes.
And are those the same type of chemical compounds capable of inhibiting nitrification?
Yes.
We talked about this very briefly earlier when we were discussing, I think, naming conventions and whatnot, and your review of SDSs previously. During the investigation, did Mid-Continent ever contend that certain compounds identified in the testing were not at their facility?
Yes.
Do you know if Mid-Continent provided all of its SDSs to the city?
I do not.
Let's take it back to the sort of broader discussion that we're here for. Based on your review of the plant data, lab results, observations, samples, SDS, your conversations, your personal investigation and your experience, do you have an opinion as to whether QAC containing discharge caused or contributed to the May 2025 upset?
I do.
What is that opinion?
Is that the QACs were the cause of the WRF upset?
Do you have an opinion as to where that QAC containing discharge originated?
I do.
Where?
Based on the SPL lab reports from Mid-Continent.
In your opinion, did Mid-Continent's discharge interfere with the publicly owned treatment works?
Yes.
In your opinion, did that discharge cause or contribute to pass-through or permit issues?
Yes.
Were QACs present, in your opinion, at levels capable of harming the plant?
Yes.
Did that discharge inhibit biological activity at the plant?
Yes.
Did it impair or remove nitrification?
Yes.
Did it impair other biological treatment functions?
Yes.
Was that interference significant?
Yes.
Did this event and this discharge threaten the city's ability to comply with its permit?
Yes.
Did it affect treatment functions relied upon for permit compliance?
Yes.
Did it result in a degraded effluent quality?
Yes, it did.
And did it create environmental impacts beyond the treatment plant itself?
Yes.
If I can have a brief moment to run through my notes. With that, I'd like to offer Exhibit 34, Exhibit 35, 36, 39, 40, 42, 46, and 51. And I can give you names of those if we need them.
And is that also include that SDS?
That's Exhibit 35.
Okay.
Yeah.
No objections.
All right.
34, 35, 36, 46, 51.
34, 35, 36, 39, 40, 42, and 51. And 51.
That's number 46.
46 is admitted, but thank you. Yeah, we did talk about it. Thank you.
I got noted down that we talked about 8. Did you want 8 admitted?
8 was already admitted. I believe it should have been admitted through Stephanie, Ms. Cervantes, yesterday.
Okay.
As one of the lab samples.
You need a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept.
I'll second it.
Okay. Please cast your vote. Pass 5-0.
Pass the witness.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stover.
Good afternoon.
I want to just go through some background information about the sewer system and the treatment plant. So do you know how many households in Enid are connected to the sewer system that flows to the treatment plant?
Do not.
Do you know how many commercial businesses are associated with it?
No.
Do you know how many significant industrial users are?
I heard 12 earlier.
Okay. And then what is the throughput in terms of wastewater volume through the treatment plant?
It varies, not just day to day, but seasonally. So summer months, we tend to see typically 6 to 9 million gallons a day. And winter months, we're often between 3 to 5 million gallons a day.
And so when we're talking about May of 2025, how many million gallons a day were running through the plant?
So we were at approximately 7 million gallons a day in at that time. And I only know that because of looking through related information for this.
And to calculate these pounds of QACs, you needed to know the concentration in milligrams per liter, but then you had to know what volume of water was associated with that.
That's correct.
And if you have that information, then you can calculate the pounds of any constituent, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how long it takes a discharge from the mid-continent manhole to get to the treatment plant?
I don't know for sure.
Okay. And tell us how long it takes water that enters the plant to exit the treatment plant.
Again, it depends on the flow rate. In the winter, it can easily be a couple of days, approximately 2 days. Summer months, it can be approximately 1 day.
Okay. And then I want to ask a little bit. So we've looked at test results in this case done by this lab, effluency, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll need to say yes or
yes.
no. And you think that's a good lab and these are credible results, right?
I have full confidence in Dr. Lang, yes.
Okay. And then the same when we've been looking at this Exhibit 45, which is all the manhole samples over time, the color one that we've been looking at, that was done by SPL Labs. And you think that they're a good lab and these are credible results, correct?
I'm not familiar with SPL myself directly, but they've taken the QA/QC measures that are standard practice to certify their results.
Okay. And so as it relates to the plant water samples that we're going to be talking about and the samples at the mid-continent manhole, was that all done the same way with mass spectrometry?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And I want you to tell the board a little bit about how mass spectrometry works.
I can't speak to it.
Okay.
I can't explain the process.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question and see if you know. When you run a water sample through mass spectrometry, it's looking at the full spectrum of whatever could be in that sample, is it not?
I believe that's true to some extent, but I can't say 100% that that's true.
Okay. We'd need to ask a chemist about that.
We would need to ask someone that is credible in that testing process.
All right. Okay. And what I'm really getting to here is when we're looking for QACs and you run a mass spectrometry test, any QAC that's in that water is going to show up on that mass spectrometry test, correct?
That's possible, yes. I would assume that's the case.
Right.
Again, I don't know how they narrow their field of what they're looking for. I can't explain that.
Okay, but if you're right, if you think it's right, that it looks for all the QACs, that's all 263 of them, right? If they're there, mass spectrometry is going to find it.
Can't answer that. I don't know.
And I was going to also try to get clear here. So after the upset at the plant in May of 2026,
25.
I'm sorry, 2025, thank you. So after the plant went down and then you reseeded the bacteria, did you change anything about the way the nitrification process worked?
No, sir. It is a biological process. We cannot alter what the biomass itself is doing.
And the biomass being the bugs?
Yes.
Okay. And so you put the same bugs back in that you had had before, correct?
From a genre perspective, yes.
Okay.
Now, from a species perspective, not necessarily. I don't know.
Well, I'm asking you. You're the one that...
And that's my answer.
Okay.
Is I can't say it's apples to apples on genus and species, but I can say we put in nitrifying bacteria. There are multiple species that can nitrify.
Okay. But you didn't ask anybody to change the species, did you?
So Astrobio, so we used Astrobio's nitrifying seed culture. We did not request information on what specific species are there, and I assume it's a blend. I assume it's not, I would say it's probably not sound practice to sell one species, as different species are impacted by different things. It would be a more robust seed culture to sell a blend.
Okay. And then I want to talk a little bit about QACs, and you've been here throughout this hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
And so I said in my opening statement that QACs are in just about everything. Are you aware of that?
I did hear that statement, yes.
No, are you aware that QACs are in just about everything?
I have an idea, yes.
Okay. And I walked through some things, but sunscreens, hand soaps, moisturizers, deodorants, shampoos, makeup, laundry fabric softeners, toilet cleaners, laundry products, that sort of thing. Those have QACs in them, do they not?
Yes.
And so you as a water treatment plant, you know you're going to be getting QACs that you've got to deal with at the plant, correct?
Wastewater treatment.
Okay, right. You know you're going to have some QACs at the wastewater treatment plant, right?
It's potential that there is a baseline, that you could develop a baseline concentration of what's received on a normal basis.
And I want to talk about that, but so prior to this event, had you or the Stover Group or the city ever tested for the QAC levels coming into the plant?
No.
Okay, so when you talk about a baseline of what we had coming in, you really don't know what levels of QACs you had before this event, correct?
I can say with confidence that it would be fractions of a milligram per liter.
Well, we'll come to that. But so we know that even before this event, some QACs were coming and the bugs were seeing whatever level of QACs was coming in, right?
Correct.
And it didn't kill them, right?
Correct.
And why doesn't it kill them?
Because there's a saying, it's the dose that makes the poison.
Okay. But these bugs are, they're wastewater bugs, right?
They are.
And they see everything that comes into the wastewater system, right?
They do.
And that's a lot of different things, right? A lot of different products, chemicals, that sort of thing coming in every day, right?
True.
And sometimes they come in slugs from this area, and sometimes they come in slugs from that area, right?
Potentially.
Right, depends on what time of year, like if the car washes are running, that sort of thing, you're going to start getting more discharges from them, right?
Maybe, yes.
Okay. Well, you know this. You're a wastewater.
I mean, I understand your point.
Yeah, okay. But despite all of these variations in the amount of wastewater that's coming, the bugs don't die, and they're able to do their job, correct?
the don't die statement is not necessarily correct when you start to nitpick into specifics, but again, it comes down to, so inhibition from different chemicals is on a concentration basis. So inhibition results from a concentration, not a mass. So it's going to relate to a concentration, and we will see varying concentrations of things coming in from time to time. However, it's a matter of, do you reach a threshold inhibition concentration?
Well, and have you ever heard of the concept of acclimation as it relates to these wastewater bugs?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
So acclimation is biomass basically acclimating to concentrations with time. So I could have some substances that at a certain concentration may be inhibitory or toxic. And for some substances, I can gradually expose the biomass to that substance and with time increase that concentration, and the biomass can tolerate higher levels of that concentration. But that is, acclimation does not, I would say, does not apply to all substances.
Okay, but it applies to QACs, does it not?
I don't agree that it does.
You don't think it does?
I don't think so.
All right. Now, I've heard your description. As I understand it, this upset event in May basically wiped out all the nitrification bugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to say yes or no.
Sorry, yes.
And so we're talking about an event here that wiped out the bugs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're looking for a concentration of something that can not just inhibit the bugs, but wipe them out, right?
Correct.
And it wiped them out, as far as you know, in one day, right?
No.
Okay. All right. When were they wiped out then?
So if you look at the data that we talked about, I don't recall, is it 30? I need to phone a friend on this one. Whatever exhibit it was, this is Mid-Con exhibits, isn't it? So the exhibit where we had the tables that showed ammonia concentrations and then the increase. So toxicity, if I have 30 milligrams per liter of ammonia coming in, toxicity would be 30 milligrams per liter of ammonia going out. But if I have inhibition, that would be, say, 30 milligrams per liter coming in and 12 milligrams per liter going out. My conversion rate is reduced. And that is what we see across day 1 or May 19 to May 20.
But I thought when we were looking at these influent samples from effluency that you were basically saying when you talked to the ODEQ that those samples showed 100% loss of nitrification.
The samples to effluency were influent samples. So those were to test for QACs or surfactants and PAA in the influent. Those samples don't show anything in terms of what the biomass is doing downstream of the influent sampling point.
I'm sorry, the confusion here is effluency is the lab, and
correct.
Yeah, but my point is that when you communicated with ODEQ on June 30th, you told them that the lab results at the inlet of the plant showed that all of the nitrification bugs were killed, right?
That's not what the lab results from the influent of the plant would indicate.
Okay, well, let's look at that then. Let's look at City Exhibit 32. Exhibit 32, yeah, I want to look at the first page of it. You say, let me highlight this here, that this is right here. It says that you're talking about QACs resulted in a complete failure of biological nitrification processes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then go to page 2, please. You say down here that bacterial speciation indicated complete loss of nitrifying bacteria, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when did that occur then?
So that would have occurred somewhere around the 21st, I believe. Or either late in the 20th, early in the 21st.
And let's look at that page you started with, the Appendix B. Is this what you're talking about?
So this is the results from AstroBio. This is the bacterial speciation report. And so if you see the vertical columns, you see the ammonia oxidizers and the nitrite oxidizers. That's the bacteria responsible. Specifically, the ammonia oxidizers are the bacteria that convert ammonia to nitrites. And you can see here in their quantification results that there are 0 ammonia oxidizers, 0 nitrite oxidizers.
Right. But that was from a biomass sample that was taken on May 27th, right?
I believe it was from the 27th, but that's correct. And it was after the fact to show that we had lost nitrification due to loss of nitrifier population.
So very quickly then, whatever did this killed all the nitrifying bacteria.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to pull up Exhibit 46. It's City Exhibit 16, and go to page 2. Can you, I want to see the top of that, please, that top of that page. Yeah, right there. Thank you. All right, so these are the samples that were taken at the influent of the plant on May 20th, May 21st, and May 22nd of 2005, right when this event was happening, correct?
So yes, but these are composite samples. So the way Effluency reported these, the May 20th sample is actually a composite sample from May 19th to the 20th. The 21st is actually the 20th to the 21st, and the 22nd is the 21st into the 22nd.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I may have misspoke. 19th to 20th, 20th to 21st, 21st to 22nd, yes.
Let me make sure I got that. So if it says May 20th, are we seeing May 19th
Correct.
composite sample?
So normally when we report composite samples, if I have a composite sample that started on May 19th and it's collected into May 20th, I'm going to report it as May 19th. However, Effluency reported it as 20th instead of the 19th. So that sample was May 19th to the 20th. They reported it with a May 20th date, but that is May 19 to 20.
But back to my earlier question, these are samples taken at the plant inlet right when this event is going on, correct?
So to specify, yes, they are. However, this is a normal practice for us. We sample our influent daily, composite samples every day, 7 days a week. So these were samples that we were already collecting, and so because of the upset, we held these, or not held these, we shipped these out to effluency for analysis. So these are from routine samples we would have been collecting anyway.
Well, and I was going to ask you that because I thought when I walked through the samples that Ms. Cervantes took, that she had some influent samples that she took. These are not them, right?
I would have to look, and I would have to see the information to verify, but if she sent influent samples off as City of Enid influent samples, they may have been splits of our samples, but I would have to see information to verify that.
So you don't know who took these samples then?
Our operations personnel collected these samples. They may have been split, which means we subsample. And so when we do a composite sample, typically it's a 2.5 gallon jug. And so I believe it's 2.5, some maybe 5 gallons. But you have a pretty large sample, typically, multiple gallons. And so those samples come into the WRF lab. We perform analysis on site. And then we've mentioned wet testing. When we're doing wet testing, we have to split those samples and they have to go out to a third-party lab for wet testing. Or we can split samples that can go out to SPL or other labs for other purposes.
Have you seen any lab results taken at the influent on May 20th, 21st, or 22nd that the city took, that Ms. Cervantes took and sent to a lab different than these?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And the influent, I want to make sure everybody understands where this is. So where is it? When we say influent, where exactly within the plant or the nitrification plant, where is the influent at?
Sure. So this would be collected in a building we refer to as the headworks. So flow comes into the facility in a 48-inch pipe. It comes into what we refer as a wet well. It's a large sump. We have influent lift pumps. They pump up to the second floor of the headworks. From there, we flow through automated fine screens, and this is screening out trash and debris coming in from the sewer line. And then there's actually 3 channels. There's 2 influent fine screen, or 2 influent channels with these automated fine screens. There's one with a coarse manual backup screen. And then all the channels recombine to a single channel, and we looked at the photos of the head cell. The channels recombine in case we're operating on more than one channel. The channels recombine to a single channel. This is where we sample, and then they split back apart to the head cells.
So the influent where you sample is after it's run through those screens?
After screening, and they are screens with a 6 millimeter pore size, so approximately 1/4 of an inch. So they're just there for screening trash and debris.
Okay, and so that's the influent, right?
Correct.
And when we looked at these photos that you were asked about, where you were saying there was foam and then you said it's regular, is that the influent?
That was immediately following where our composite sampler would be. That's looking at the head cells, yes.
So that's right after this influent spot?
Correct.
The photos were?
No, sorry. The photos are right after our influent sampling point.
Okay, that's what I thought you had said. So the influent is certainly before this water gets to the nitrification process, right?
Correct.
Has it already been through sludge removal and all that by the influent?
No.
So it's screened, then it goes at this influent, sludge removal, and then to nitrification.
Yeah, the sludge removal, I would specify the terminology more, but yes.
And that's a layman's really rough approximation
Understood.
here. So why does it matter that, I mean, why do you care what it looks like at the influent?
So you have to read into our permit to understand why we monitor the influent, because what you don't find is a table that states the influent parameters that we have to monitor. However, DEQ has a statement that we have to maintain, I believe it's a minimum of, I want to say it's 83% BOD removal. It's a statement almost kind of buried in the permit. And so to know influent parameter, or to know our percent removal, we have to monitor our influent. And just for good process control, we account for the variability coming into the plant. So we monitor the influent for a number of parameters that DEQ would not require us to monitor it for.
Well, and I understand you're required to do that, but for our purposes here today and trying to figure out what killed the bugs, the water that's sampled at the influent, that's right before it sees the bugs, right?
And that is basically for you know, there's a term raw wastewater, which is the wastewater prior to treatment processes. I recognize it's been screened at this point, but this is what I would refer to as the raw wastewater. So this is raw wastewater prior to us performing any treatment process on it.
Understood. So as it relates, though, to killing the bugs, this is the water that the bugs are going to see, right?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. And so whatever QACs the bugs saw was in this influent water, right?
Correct.
All right. And so just to be clear, when we look at all these samples at the manholes from Advanced and Midcon and all these others, those concentrations of QACs at those manholes are not what the bugs see when the wastewater gets to the plant, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's because we've got all of this water coming in from the entire sewer system, 7 million gallons a day, right?
That is true.
And so it's possible, is it not, that somebody could discharge something at a point on the sewer system, but if the quantity of that, the volume of that was low enough, we wouldn't even be able to detect it at the influent of the plant, correct?
That is potentially true, yes.
And that really depends on, you know, when we look at this influent water, we're seeing what is coming into the plant that the bugs are about to see, right?
Correct.
And so when we're trying to figure out what killed the bugs, it's the influent water that matters the most, correct?
The influent tells the story of what is coming into the plant.
And that's what the bugs see, and if they died, this is the best representation that we have, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the best representation that we have of the QACs that the bugs saw, right?
For the concentrations coming into the plant, yes.
Well, and I want to make sure we're communicating. This is the best evidence we have of the QACs that the bugs saw, correct?
It is not the only evidence, but it is evidence of what was coming into the plant, yes.
My question again, this is the best evidence that exists in the entire world on the level of QACs that the bugs saw at the time in question.
You could say it that way.
Okay. And if QACs killed the bugs, it's the QACs we see in this influent.
Not just that.
Well, these are the QACs the bugs see, right?
What I mean is there's also the non-ionic surfactant concentrations are relatively low, but there's also the presence of anionic surfactants as well.
I know, but you've already testified that it was the cationic surfactants. Those were the QACs that killed the bugs, right?
The concentrations here are adequate enough to do that on their own.
And that's what you testified. That is what killed the bugs, right?
I'm saying the concentrations here on their own are adequate, and there are other things here as well.
And you told the DEQ that it was these cationic, it's the 12 things that we see right under the all values in ppm. There are 12 items below that. Those are the QACs, right?
They are QACs, but I don't believe I ever made a statement limiting it to these 12 QACs.
Okay, but these are the only QACs that we know the bugs saw, right?
Fair.
Okay, and you were asked questions by by the city's council that QACs killed the bugs, right? That they caused the plant upset, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's look at Exhibit 45 now. Oh, it's City Exhibit 45. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Stover, I'm going to hand you the first page of Exhibit 45 because I'm going to be referring to it quite a bit, and I don't want you to have to. Yeah, you've got it. Okay. Perfect. And I think everybody's got this. Now, if we look at this first row on Exhibit 45, and there's already been discussion of this, the very first row is the sample that was taken at the Mid-Continent manhole on May 20th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And if we go across that row, you've identified the various quats that were in the Mid-Continent manhole, right?
The testing identified them.
Okay. Well, you've given them some actual different names here on this exhibit, right?
I didn't make this.
Okay. Well, the test results don't have BZC10 on them, do they?
I assume that's an abbreviation, but again, I didn't make this.
Okay. All right. Do you know what the sample result actually says?
As far as what are you looking for? What are you asking?
Well, let's look at the column here that says benzyl dimethyl decyl ammonium.
Okay.
You're saying that that was found in the Mid-Continent manhole on May 20th, right?
I don't believe I'm saying this. Again, I didn't make this. I believe this was made from the SPL lab results. So I didn't make this.
So you can't attest to the accuracy of any of this then?
I'm not, I didn't make this. So I would have to compare this with the SPL lab results for accuracy.
Okay. Well, let's just assume it's accurate for the moment, okay?
Okay.
But if they're accurate, this Exhibit 45, this top row, purports to identify each of the specific QACs that were found in the Mid-Con manhole on May 20th of 2025, correct?
Okay. We're assuming.
I'm just assuming that the lab results are correct.
Instead of referencing this for correctness of lab results, I would recommend referencing the actual lab results, the actual lab report.
I don't know which exhibit that is. I'm happy
could
to
also-
let you look at that lab report. I think it was attached to your June 30th letter to the DEQ. So let's look at that. Enid Exhibit 32. And go to Appendix C. And go to page, at the bottom, it's going to say page 3 of 12. And look at that exhibit. This is what you sent to the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality. Is this the lab result that we're talking about here? Or find the lab result of the Mid-Con manhole on 520, if you would.
Was there a question?
Yeah, to you, identify which page of this document is the May 20th Mid-Continent manhole sample.
I'm not, sorry, please ask that again one more time.
In your letter, did you send ODEQ the manhole results at Mid-Continent for May 20th, 2025?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, and which document in that letter is that? Is it
That
this
would be
one we're
the-
looking at right
The
here?
SPL report, okay.
Well, is it this one we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And so I want you to cross-reference those results in that lab result back to the summary we're looking at, Exhibit 45.
Okay. So are you claiming that these numbers are different?
I'm asking you, does the chart, the Exhibit 45, accurately summarize the lab results at Mid-Con on May 20th of 2025?
So this chart does not state units.
Okay.
So the initial SPL results came back in micrograms per liter. And it appears for this chart, for purposes, put everything on an even basis or in consistent units, it appears they've been converted from micrograms per liter to milligrams per liter for this chart.
And
this
that,
table.
but they're the same results, one expressed in micrograms per liter, one in milligrams per liter, right?
From what I'm seeing, everything appears, I would have to go through it and make sure, but I would have to go through them line item by line item to verify they're correct, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm asking that, and then if we look at the descriptions of these QACs, the lab result itself, it doesn't have any of this BZ, C10, BZ, C12, DOD, MAC. It doesn't have any of these abbreviations, correct?
They do include some C10 and C12 comments, but I don't consider this table made after the fact to be an authority over the lab reports or the SDSs.
Okay, so look at, let's go back to Exhibit 45 then, and you hang on to that June 30th lab result too, if you would, so you can cross-reference those. But when we look at the actual lab result for the Mid-Con manhole on May 20th of 2025, looking at this Exhibit 45, it just says on the lab result, benzyl dimethyl decyl ammonium, correct?
Correct.
And then we go to the next column. All the lab report says is benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium, correct?
Correct.
And so really, when we look at Exhibit 45, when we see all these headings, BZ 710, BZ 712, across there, the kind of the top heading, none of that's on the lab result, right?
It's not, but again, I don't consider this an authority over the lab permit or the lab reports or the SDSs.
Understood. But you do agree that the lab result for the May 20th MidCon sample showed 1.299 milligrams per liter benzyl dimethyl decyl ammonium, correct?
I agree with that.
All right, and we can go to the next row. You agree that the lab result shows 112.9 benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium, correct?
Yes.
And so the lab result's going to correlate with Exhibit 45 exactly, except it's not going to have those top headings across there, correct?
I guess I'm not understanding the purpose.
Okay. I'm going to walk over here and see if you can see this. Oh, let me just point at it.
From the appearance, so some of these like, there's the DOD-MAC and the DHD-MAC and stuff like that. These are acronyms for the chemicals. What it appears for this, when this was made, BZ was an acronym or an abbreviation for benzyl. So I'm not sure what the point is, but again, this is not an authority over the official documents.
Understood, but this is an exhibit that the city has sponsored as the lab results for the May 20th, 2025 Mid-Continent manhole, and it's been admitted into evidence in this case.
I understand that.
By the city.
Understood.
You understand that?
I do.
Okay. And what's different between this Exhibit 45 summary and the lab results is somebody has added this stuff at the very top right there, the CPC, the DDAC, the DOD-MAC. Do you see that?
I do.
But none of that information at the very top, if you can see what I'm saying, none of that's in the lab result, right?
No, but I'm not understanding the significance of this.
Well, I'm trying to say the only difference between the summary and the lab results, or the summaries expressed in milligrams per liter, and the lab results don't have this heading right here at the very top of the summary, right?
Okay.
Okay. Do you disagree with that?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, all right. That was just a long way. I'd like to talk about the summary instead of having to, because it's got a lot of information on here I want to talk about.
Okay.
So if we look at Exhibit 45, how many QACs, how many different kind of QACs were found in the MidCon manhole?
Let me count them up. So this is listing 16 different chemicals.
Okay. And
I counted correctly.
I'm not going to hold you to that number. It is whatever it is, 15, 16. But these are specific kinds or species of QACs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They all have their own unique composition, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so what was the most predominant QAC that was found in the Mid-Continent manhole on May 20th of 2025?
According to the lab report, I'm not referencing this, but according to the lab report, it would have been the octyl-decyl dimethylammonium.
And what is that number?
As far as the concentration?
Yes.
It lists 146,318 milligrams per liter.
Of oxyl-decyl dimethyl ammonium, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to call that, as we talk about this, oxyl-decyl, to shorten that a little bit, so you'll understand what I'm referring to. But comparing these other QACs in the May 20th sample, octadecal is by far the vast majority of what's in that sample, correct?
Compared to the other parameters, yes.
And we can actually quantify what percentage of that May 20th sample is octal decile, can't we?
You can from the, only based on the parameters tested for.
Correct, but you said you don't know if mass spectrometry tests for everything or what, right?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay, so, but of what we have here, of the QACs that are reported, we can calculate what percentage of all of those QACs are octal decal, can't we?
You can calculate the percentage based on the number of parameters listed.
Right, and that's what I'm asking. So of the parameters listed, what percentage is the octal decal of the total QAC value here?
I haven't done the math.
Okay, I have. And to calculate that, we would just add up all of these QAC numbers and then divide this 146,300 into that total, right?
Correct.
So, and let me just kind of walk us through. If we want to know what percentage of this sample, this 146,300 octadecal, what percentage of the total QACs in that sample are, we just add up all of those numbers, right? And then we divide that total, we divide this 146,300 into that, correct?
Correct.
And so I got, when I added those all up, 149,372. I've got a calculator if you want to check me on that, or do you?
You got that for your total?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then I divided 146,300 into that 149,372.
Okay.
Okay, and I got 98%, like 97.98 or something like that, but I rounded it to 98%.
Okay.
Okay. When we have a break, if you want to check my math on that, but for now, if you would accept that, this May 20th MidCon sample was 98% octadecal, right?
Okay.
If my math is right, okay? And so,
Now, not 98% from a concentration standpoint. The octal decile is 98% of the QACs present that were tested for, but it is not a concentration of 98%. That is a big difference.
well, and here's my point, right? The 146,000 octadecal blows all the other QACs away, right? It's hundreds or thousands or even tens of thousand times more than any other QAC that was found in that sample. Do you agree with that?
I do.
I mean, the sample is mainly, when we're looking at QACs, octal decal, right?
Yes, that's correct.
98% octal decal, right?
98% of the QACs are octal decile.
Understood. And so, if we're looking to see if the QACs from the MidCon manhole are what killed the bugs, we ought to find that octadecal at the influent of the plant, correct? I need you to answer for me that.
I need to also think about it for a second, and I would like to look at the effluency report also. Wish I could remember the exhibit numbers. Okay, so I
Can you
understand
answer
what
my-
you're saying. The answer would be yes.
Okay. So if the QACs from the mid-con manhole are what killed the bugs, we ought to see octadecal at the influent of the plant, correct? I just need you to answer that question.
I don't know that I can. And the reason for that is I can't speak fully to QAC breakdown.
Well, if it broke down before it got to the plant, then obviously the material from the mid-con manhole never got there, right?
It depends on how the QACs break down.
Well, was there, let me just ask it this way then. If you don't know for sure the answer to this, was there any octadecal found at the inlet of the plant at this critical juncture on May 20th, May 21st, or May 22nd?
So as far as the same naming nomenclature in terms of what SPL listed, no, they
Okay.
did not. So Dr. Lang doesn't necessarily give the exact same name. So what that would be a question that I don't want to answer yes or no, because I can't speak to if there's a naming difference or something else that Dr. Lang might have used.
So you're just taking yourself out of play on whether or not there was or wasn't octadecal at the inlet of the plant, right?
I'm going to say there's factors to be considered that I can't answer.
Okay. And as you sit here today, though, are you able to see any octadecal identified as such at the inlet of the plant?
As far as the specific naming, using the same naming structure, no.
Okay. Assuming that's the case, assuming there's no octadecal at the inlet of the plant, then we know octadecal didn't kill the bugs, don't we?
You've heard my answer on that.
Well, you've done fingerprinting before as far as trying to identify sources, have you not?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to answer audibly.
Yes.
And when we do fingerprinting and we're trying to figure out whether a source over here is what did something over here, we look at the fingerprint of the alleged source, right?
Correct.
Okay. And here, the fingerprint at the alleged source is 98% octadecal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so if we think the stuff from that source went over here and killed the bugs, we ought to find that thing at the inlet of the plant, right?
So I have a question, and considering the setting, I don't know if it can be answered while I'm sitting up here.
I'm going to have to ask you to answer my questions. If you can, if you can't, just say you can't.
I can't. I'm not comfortable answering that question
All
with
right.
certainty.
Well, but you've done fingerprinting before where you've looked and said, what's in the material over here? Because I think it might be the source of contamination. And then you go over here where the injury occurred and you look to see if that constituent was there, correct?
I understand, but we've talked about naming
My
nomenclature.
question is, have you done that before?
Yes.
That's standard fingerprinting, is it not?
Yes.
Okay.
However, we have lab reports from 2 different labs, and there's variation in naming nomenclature potential. So that's where, without Dr. Lang here, without an SPL representative here, I can't answer what the 2 of them are speaking to.
And I understand. You're not here as an expert able to talk about that, right?
I do not claim to be an expert on QACs, no.
Okay, all right. But forget about QACs for a minute. If you've done the fingerprinting where you've looked at the alleged source and looked at the constituents in it, and you've gone over to the place where the injury occurred, and you've looked at it to see if those same constituents were over there, right?
I have, but I've also explained my opinion.
I'm just wanting to make sure the record's clear. You've done that before.
I have done this,
right?
yes.
And part of the whole fingerprinting idea is that if we think this constituent over here is what caused the problem, and we don't find it over here, then the conclusion is that thing didn't do it, right?
I understand your point.
And that's what you do when you've done fingerprinting before, correct?
Yes, but I've also expressed 2 different laboratories, potential for different terminology.
All right.
Excuse me, are we at a point to take a break?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's take 15-minute break.
I'll
We'll be
make a
back.
motion to take a break.
I'll second it.
Let's be back at 3:15.
Thank you, 50.
Didn't I give you a handout of that?
You wanted to give me 45.
Did I just give you that? Let me give you one of these too. So, I gave you guys one of those, didn't I?
I don't believe.
I don't believe so.
It is on screen though. We should be able to see it.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
This was out of Exhibit 46, right?
Yeah, it says at the bottom.
Okay. Exhibit 16.
And I apologize. I want to kind of go back and forth between those two, so make that a little bit easier. But so now I want to look at Exhibit 46, page 3, and we have it up on the video as well. Dr. Stover, and again, we're at the inlet of the plant. I want to talk about May 20th, 2025, the water that's the bugs are going to see at this time, okay? And I wanted to ask you, and I'm going to point at this here, what's the highest QAC value that was measured at the inlet of the plant on May 20th?
So according to Dr. Lang's report, the tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium salt.
Okay. And that's in milligrams per liter, right?
Correct.
Is that enough to kill bugs?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And was this tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium found in the mid-continent manhole?
Are you referencing, let's see. So I don't know if they're referring to the same compound, but SPL does have a tetramethyl ammonium. So that would have to be a question for SPL if that is the same parameter or not.
So as you sit here, you don't know if tetramethyl ammonium is different than tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium?
Right. I don't know if SPL is abbreviating. I don't know what they're referring to there. So,
but if we just go by the names given on these exhibits and just take them at face value, there was no tetradecyl dimethyl benzene ammonium in the Mid-Con manhole on May 20th, right?
as far as them listing them by the exact same name, no.
Okay. So if that did not come from the Mid-Con manhole, where did it come from?
Well, so something else that occurred to me is Effluency is testing composite samples. This May 20 sample to SPL was a grab.
Sir, can you answer my question?
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes. Assuming that this tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonia was not found in the Mid-Con manhole, can you tell us where it came from?
No, sir.
It's enough to kill the bugs, and if it didn't come from the Mid-Con manhole, you don't have any idea where it's from?
I can't say that it came there from the comparison of these lab results.
No, I understand that, but if I said if we just go by the names and they're different and they're not the same, and that turns out to be the case, then that did not, this tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonia would not have come from Mid-Continent.
According to the lab results, no.
Right. These are your lab results, right?
No, they're not. I did not perform this analysis.
Okay, it's the city's lab results,
No,
right?
it is SPL and effluency.
Okay, well, but who sent the samples to effluency?
We did, as
Stover
far as the
Group.
Stover Group personnel, yeah.
And you've already said that you think that they're valid and accurate.
Right, and I'm confident they are.
Okay.
And these are composite samples. The SPL sample was a grab.
Sir, this will go a lot faster if I can just get you to answer my questions. Your counsel's going to get a chance to ask
Understood.
follow-up questions, so. But again, if this tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonia is not in the Mid-Con manhole, you don't know where it came from.
It's not in the Mid-Con manhole at the time of this grab sample, no. I do not know where it came from based on that information alone.
Okay, and what's the second highest value of the QACs at the plant inlet on May 20th, 2025?
Dr. Lang listed as a tetradecyl trimethyl ammonium salt,
And what's that value?
2.88 milligrams per liter.
Okay. Is that enough to kill the bugs?
Yeah.
Okay. And was any of that in the Mid-Con manhole on May 20th?
By specific name, no.
Okay. So you don't know what any of these compounds are to be able to try to ascertain whether they're the same or different. Is that what you're saying?
So for the little I do know about mass spectrophotometry, that's the right word? SPL lists a tetramethyl ammonium. They don't specify more than that. So I don't know if there's potential for that to be, considering they both have tetra, I don't know if that is potential for that to be more than one compound.
But if we look at
It may be a group
If we
compound
look at
result.
Exhibit 45, which is the Mid-Con manhole for May 20th, it says the only tetra constituents in that sample was tetramethyl ammonium and tetrapropyl ammonium. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's not the same thing as tetradecyl trimethyl ammonium, is it?
I don't know. I don't know what the propyl, I would have to look up what the propyl means in this
Well,
case.
and let's look at those values at the Mid-Continent manhole for the two tetramethyl ammonium and tetrapropyl ammonium. It's for the tetramethyl ammonium, it's 0.08 milligrams per liter, right?
Right.
And then for the tetrapropyl ammonium, it's 0.372, correct?
Correct.
But at the inlet of the plant, this tetradecyl trimethyl ammonium is 2.88 milligrams per liter, right?
Understood.
It came from someone else than Mid-Continent, right?
Not necessarily.
And in an amount that could kill the bugs, as you've already acknowledged.
Not necessarily as far as coming from somebody else.
So if it came from someone else, 2.88 milligrams per liter of tetradecyl trimethyl ammonium is enough to kill the bugs, right?
I would say it'd be enough to see an impact. How much? I don't know.
You just already testified a minute ago that it would kill the bugs.
That's poor terminology too, though.
Well, so let me ask you this. If we add the tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium of 3.36 to this tetradecyl trimethyl ammonium at 2.88, we're going to get almost 7 milligrams per liter, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to answer.
Yes.
And is that enough to kill the bugs?
So to clarify the results that we saw from our data, meaning our operations data at the facility, we saw inhibition occurring from the 19th into the 20th.
My question is 8 milligrams per liter, is 7 milligrams per liter enough to kill the bugs?
My answer is it is enough to cause inhibition.
Is it enough to kill the bugs?
That's really poor and vague terminology.
Is it, I think the terminology that the city's council used was either inhibition or toxic. Do you remember
It
that?
is enough to inhibit for sure.
Is it toxic?
Potentially.
Okay. All right. If I ask you, like if I wanted to look at hexadecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium at the inlet of the plant and ask you, was that found in the mid-con manhole? Or if I go through each one of these constituents, are you going to be able to answer?
No.
Okay. Then I'll skip that then. Now, do you have, other than these inlet or influent QAC test results that we're looking at here, do you have any other influent QAC test results on dates other than this?
No.
So, entire universe, these are all the QAC lab results we have at the inlet of the plant, right?
So after this plant upset, one of our responses was to start testing for cationic surfactants on site. However, it is a very poor and crude method. It is not a certified result in any way. And it's just something we use as an indicator monitoring our influent coming into the plant. It is a general cationic surfactant test. We also have an anionic surfactant test that we can perform occasionally if needed. However, it is very crude. It is a very rough result, and we only use it as an indicator.
Have you ever found any octadecyl at the
Test does
inlet
not
of the
list
plant?
specific parameters. It is a general cationic surfactant test only.
Okay.
It doesn't tell us what species of surfactant, what chemical species.
Now, as it relates to this one test we have from the mid-con manhole at the time this upset was going on, this May 20th, you've got the concentration of the quartz in the manhole, but you don't know the volume of the water that was associated with that, correct?
We do not have a metered effluent flow volume, no.
Okay. And so you would need that flow volume to calculate the pounds that were associated with that discharge, correct?
You could possibly make some educated guesses based on the water use coming in.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you right now, can you tell us what quantity, total quantity in pounds, was associated with this May 19th mid-continent discharge?
Not from the information available, no.
Okay, and when you told the board that you had calculated these pounds of QACs the bugs saw, you remember that?
I do.
Okay. You were looking at the QACs at the inlet of the plant and the 7 million gallons a day
Correct.
that's going through the plant, right?
That's correct.
And that's going to be including QACs from other sources disassociated with MidCon, right?
It is based on the numbers in the effluency report, which do not specify the source, and it is based on our influent flow data for that day.
Okay.
Yes.
So, you know, total QACs the bugs saw, you just don't know where those were from, right?
Not from the effluency report, no.
Okay. Now, and I apologize, I could not hear exactly when you were asked what, I think it was what level of QACs can kill the bugs or inhibit the bugs. I didn't hear that. What was your answer today?
So National Institute for Health, or of Health, has information of 0.5 to 5 milligrams per liter. I doubt they specify species or types of bacteria. Astor Bio, which is a corporation, I believe they have a publication referencing the same numbers.
And did you just get those off the internet?
Yes.
Okay. And we, both parties prepared for the hearing and submitted exhibits. You're familiar with that, right?
I am.
And were you asked to give the attorneys some exhibits so they could use it with your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had an opportunity, did you not, to look and see if there were any scientific treatises, peer-reviewed treatises that support your testimony so the board could actually see those studies, and you decided not to produce those, right?
It was not that I decided not to. It just didn't occur to me at the time.
Well, isn't that one of the critical things in this case, is what level of QACs can inhibit or kill these bugs?
It would seem so.
All right. And you didn't, you haven't brought any scientific treatises with you here today, have you?
No, sir.
Okay. You've given different numbers to different people at different times than the ones you gave today, right?
I did in an email from May 20th, or not May 20th, but from last summer, if that's what you're referencing.
So you told the city that it was 3 to 5 milligrams per liter, right? And we've looked at that exhibit already, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And then you told the ODEQ that it was 1 to 10, did you not?
I may have.
Okay. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean about this, but you've kind of been all over the place on this.
These are relatively small concentrations, and they're approximations anyway.
Okay. So this is not something you have any personal expertise in, right?
I have experience in this. I have experience in working with QAC inhibition and toxicity.
Have you done studies to determine what level of QACs will kill the bugs?
We have not necessarily. I believe I did a study years ago for a private corporation, but I don't recall the results off the top of my head.
And you didn't bring that study with you?
Well, it's for private, so no, I couldn't.
Okay, so it's not peer-reviewed scientific publication?
No, it was a research study for a client.
Now, when you wrote the ODEQ on June 10th of 2025, you came up with a plan for future, if this same thing happened again with QACs, what your response would be, right?
Correct.
And tell the board what your plan was.
So we developed an SOP. It involved the cationic surfactant monitoring, and it involved, like I mentioned earlier, that we test for on the influent. And then also it included diversion to the storm pond, basically shutting off influent flow as a precaution based on foaming issues, cationic surfactant concentrations of concern, based on our crude method of influent testing.
But, so you told, what I'm trying to get at is you said to the ODEQ that if the inlet level of QACs ever got to 3 milligrams per liter, you would stop discharging downstream and divert to storage, correct?
I don't recall if we referenced 3 milligrams per liter exactly, but we also have the ability to just make the call regardless of the concentration if we see something of concern.
Well, let's look at that then. Let's look at City Exhibit 32, page 39. It's Appendix D. Yeah, right there. Just go back up just a tad. Right there. So this is your influent flow diversion plan for QACs from and after June 30th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is where you told them that QACs can have inhibitory or toxic effects from 1 to 10 milligrams per liter, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then if we go down to number 3 here, it says triggers for diversion. In other words, what QAC levels will cause us to divert and no longer discharge effluent, correct?
Correct.
And the number that you told the ODEQ was 3 milligrams per liter, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But it also states any of the following.
Right.
So the third bullet point includes sudden drop in ammonia removal efficiency, influent foaming, or rapid decline in DO concentrations in the aeration basin. So any of the following, we can choose any one of those 3.
And all I'm interested in is what level, what concentration of quats you said you would quit discharging downstream and divert to storage, and that's 3 milligrams per liter, right?
That's what we selected for the SOP, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to look again at Exhibit 45. And go to the second page, please. And I want to look at I think it's the February 19th, 2026 result at Tyson 54th Street. Let me see if I can point that out here. It's this February 19, 2026 Tyson 54th Street. And can you scroll across so we can see the results on the right-hand side for that? Okay, that's good right there. The octadecal level at Tyson 54th Street, this is on February 19th, 2026. What's that number?
Approximately 2 milligrams per liter.
Say that again?
Approximately 2 milligrams per liter.
I'm seeing 13,220.
That is a mid-continent sample, appears to be.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm seeing 1,986.
Correct. That appears to be for a mid-continent sample.
It says Tyson 54th Street.
You're on the wrong line.
Yep. That's a one line up.
Okay, so it's 13,220?
For a mid-continent sample.
Okay, well, what's the octadecal result for Tyson 54th Street?
1.986. According to this, I would round it off to 2 milligrams per liter.
That's tetramethyl ammonium.
No, it is not.
Right here. 1,986.
That's 1.986 from what I can see.
The one line,
Okay, let's go down to February 25th of '26. What's the octadecile level at 54th Street on that date?
Approximately 22 milligrams per liter.
Is that above 3 milligrams per liter?
It is, but this is at a lift station. This is not at the influent of the plant.
And that's the point I want to make, is that it doesn't matter what the QAC concentration is upstream of the plant. It's the QAC level at the plant that we look at to determine whether it inhibited or killed the bacteria. Is that true?
I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay. If you know what, if you think you know what level of QACs will inhibit or kill the bugs, why don't you tell the city that?
It's not that easy.
Well, have you told the city what level of QACs will upset the plant?
It's not a one number. It has to do, these samples are showing combinations of QACs. You have additive or synergistic effects when you have toxicants or pollutants combined. These QACs are of varying, if you want to call it potency in terms of disinfection. It's not that easy. It's not.
But the numbers you're giving the board, the 0.5 to 5 milligrams per liter, that's just total QACs, right?
Well, it's not like you get above 5 and the inhibition or toxicity effect reduces. So it's those numbers are above.
So,
and there's variation, and you can reference multiple sources and find different concentrations.
So you don't know then what level will actually kill the bugs?
I don't think you'll find any expert that'll state a single number.
Well, there have been studies that have looked at this very thing. What level of total QACs will kill bugs at a wastewater treatment plant just like this, haven't there?
There have been studies, and there have been studies done in research laboratories, and you will find all sorts of different numbers through those studies and through those reports. Because you've got different bacterial species that some may be more or less susceptible. You've got research studies looking at specific species. They can't focus on every known species. They can't focus on every known QAC. This is extremely difficult to quantify into a single number because you're not talking the same chemicals, you're not talking the same environmental conditions, you're not talking the same bacteria. From plant to plant or study to study, these are extremely difficult to quantify.
As you sit here today, can you identify any scientific publication that says there's this synergistic effect among QACs?
It's kind of a toxicological information. It's kind of known information. And again, it's extremely difficult to quantify. This is the kind of things you talk about when you're talking toxicology.
Sir, I'm just asking, can you identify,
No,
as you sit here today, any scientific publication that supports your claim there's some synergistic effect between these QACs?
By specific name and author, no.
Okay. Now, I want to look at Exhibit 36. City. And let's go to the second page of this. Counsel for the city asked you about this exhibit. You remember that?
Yes.
And you pulled this exhibit from another document, correct?
I did not pull it, no.
Who pulled it from another?
I don't know. It was presented to me. I did not provide it.
Okay, well.
I'm aware of its source.
Okay, this exact same illustration comes out of a paper that Aquafix did a study for the effect of QACs on the bugs, right?
I haven't seen the paper. I have viewed your exhibit that has this same information in it.
This comes, you haven't seen the paper that this comes from, right?
I've not seen the paper that's referencing this.
Okay, all right. Who pulled this illustration then?
I didn't.
Okay. You're aware that MidCon has listed that study as one of its exhibits in this case, right?
I am.
Okay. Can cyanide kill bugs?
It's a matter of concentration. I can't tell you the concentration.
At some concentration, though, cyanide.
I would imagine at the proper concentration it would have an impact.
Same with arsenic.
I would assume so, yes.
Same with heavy metals.
Yes.
All right. Are you aware of any cyanide testing that was done May 20th, May 21st, May 22nd?
Not for those dates, no.
How about for cyanide for those dates?
No, sir.
All right. How about for heavy metals
No.
for those dates? There were samples that were taken that could have analyzed for that, right?
Yes.
Were the fish, were they tested?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so we don't know what killed the fish.
No, not to my knowledge, no.
All right. And counsel for the city was asking you if you thought there could have been some QACs in the effluent at the plant that might have contributed to the fish kill. You remember that?
I do.
But you don't have any effluent samples that show any QACs, do you?
I do not.
You have effluent samples that show ammonia, right?
Correct.
You were asked some questions about Exhibit 39. You mind grabbing that? You got it in front of you there. So you were asked about page 2 of City Exhibit 39. And this operational report, you say that you guys take that samples are taken at the plant influent and effluent every day, and you run tests for these things that we're seeing here, right?
That's correct.
When are those samples taken?
They're composite samples. So they're taken over a 24-hour period.
Okay, so for example, you were pointing to the ammonia samples. I thought you used this report to say that there was a change and that ammonia started to go up on a certain date. Is that this report?
It is indicated here, yes.
Okay, where did the ammonia, show us on this page 2 where ammonia started to increase?
So it lists ammonia going from 0.124, our non-detect concentration, to 12.3. It shows it on May 19th. But as I mentioned earlier, these are composite samples. So that May 19th sample was collected from May 19th to May 20th, and we report it as a May 19th sample. So that 12.3 milligrams per liter of ammonia was collected from Monday into Tuesday.
So when we see this ammonia of 12.3, and it shows that it is on, well, what date is that? The 20th? Is that what it says?
So 12.3, I believe that results is on May 19th. But again, that's the composite being collected from May 19th into May 20th, or through May 20th.
Okay. And I think I had asked Ms. Cervantes this, but you did get, I think it was a sample from MidCon of its cleaning products that were used on May 19th, correct?
A sample of cleaning products?
Yeah, didn't you run, at least look at those cleaning products that they used on May 19th to see if they could be the source of this, the parasitic acid, and you don't remember that?
No, I'm not familiar with what you're asking.
Okay, give me a second. Let's look at City Exhibit 16. Do you have that?
Yes.
And just towards the bottom, it said MidCon submitted 2 SDSs for isopropyl alcohol and 1 for PAA, and you say those appear not to be an issue. Do you see that?
No. So what I'm stating is they submitted 2 SDSs, not samples. And 1 SDS that related to an isopropyl alcohol chemical, 1 for PAA, and then when I refer to the non-detect, that is from Effluency's results for PAA.
Well, but so whatever was in those cleaning products, you don't think that's what killed the bugs here, right? You think it's QACs, that's what you've testified to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's look at it, City Exhibit 17. This is the email where you forwarded, I believe, the MidCon lab results from May 20th to Dr. Lang, right? Or it's talking about that, right?
I believe I forwarded, what it's talking about is that I forwarded SPL lab results to Dr. Lang for his review, his thoughts.
And those lab results were the May 20th MidCon result, right?
Let me verify.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's correct. They're not in this exhibit, but I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Well, it says in that string that from Ms. Cervantes, June 17th, 2025, to you, attached are the results from a sample I collected on the morning of May 20th for MidCon's discharge, right?
Correct.
And then this is forwarding that information on to Dr. Lang and having him look at that, right?
Correct.
And so what he looked at was the QACs found in the MidCon manhole on May 20th, right?
Correct.
And he saw that octadecyl was 146,000 milligrams per liter, right?
I believe so.
And he said, wow, that could completely wipe out the bugs, right? Correct?
Yes.
But you didn't send him the test results from the plant inlet, the influent, that are much lower than that for him to look and see if those levels at the plant influent were sufficient to kill the bugs, correct?
He generated this report.
Okay.
He analyzed the influence samples.
All right. But that's not what's being discussed here.
True.
Okay. All right. And all he has told you is what was seen in the MidCon manhole was enough to kill the bugs, but not what we see at the influent, right?
We discussed both. Maybe not, that may not be stated here, but we discussed both on the phone call.
Okay. And did he happen to mention to you whether he thought 3.36 milligrams per liter of tetradecyl dimethyl ammonium would kill bugs?
I don't recall if you mentioned that specifically or not.
All right. Give me 1 second, please. At this time, I'd like to offer that city exhibits 32, 36, and 39 be admitted in evidence.
They've already been admitted.
32 might not have been, that was on my notes, that I might not have said that, I don't
Okay.
recall.
Okay.
And I have no objection to that,
Okay.
so I was gonna clean that up, but 36 and 39 have been admitted.
32, 36, and 39.
We need a motion to admit 32.
Motion
clean
to
that
admit
out.
32.
I'll second.
All right, cast your vote. This passes 5-0.
And I pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, please. Although now I don't have to do the exhibit 32, that's great. Dr. Stover, when you and Mr. Walker were discussing 45 and page 3 of 46, those are the two, I believe it's the effluency document, and then page 45 was the QAC tracking document from Ms. Cervantes. And there was some discussion about wouldn't we expect to see these, and, you know, again, a lot of back and forth. I wanted to ask you to go into a little more detail about what you'd started talking about with grab samples versus composite samples. The background data for Exhibit 45 on May 20, for record purposes, that is also Exhibit 8, that lab sample. Was that a grab sample?
That was a grab sample.
What does that mean, a grab sample?
So a grab sample is, I can go out to a basin, a stream, manhole, and I can dip a sample out, and I'm dipping a sample out that represents what's passing through right then. It's a snapshot of what is occurring at the time I collect that sample. A composite sample, I'm collecting sample with time. The individual samples are being compiled, and it gives me a representative sample of what's occurred over 24 hours.
Can we compare those in an apples to apples fashion?
Anybody that is sound in the field would be very cautious doing that. Probably recommend against it, or at least with too much weight.
As we're talking about the effluency samples, there was a lot of back and forth as well about whether that was the best evidence of what QACs the bugs saw. Now, that line of questioning, did you understand that to be, because that is the influent water, that is the water that would almost immediately go into the system and be treated? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if there are QACs in the water, we're about to see them affect the nitrifiers, the bacteria, the bugs.
Yes, and there's a little bit of variability there. Flow rate, basin volume online. You run into hydraulic retention time, and you have impacts from that. But yes.
Okay. Now, the data from Dr. Lang and effluency, going through that list of names, did you provide parameters to Dr. Lang of these is exactly what I want you testing for?
No.
What did you ask him to do?
So we've worked with Dr. Lang on numerous projects doing surfactant and PAA analysis, and what we do is we request surfactants and PAA, and he performs his analysis, and then he generates the report specific to that sample. So we didn't say, look for this specific compound, no.
When we were going through, during our SDS discussion, we talked about naming and nomenclature and carbon chains and whatnot. From your view, and I apologize, it's sideways in my computer, that's why. From your view of page 3 of Exhibit 46, are those single compounds or families?
I'm sorry,
Are those single compound names or like family names?
I believe some of these are family names.
Does that mean there could be more than one compound in there?
From my understanding, yes. As far as specifically the one I'm thinking about here, this benzalkonium, I'm not familiar with the benzalthonium term, but from what I understand, benzalkonium chloride is a family of chemicals.
Okay. Is there anything in what we see from the effluency testing that tells us then specific types? For example, this is a single compound of those 200 you mentioned exist.
Say that again, please.
Yeah. Essentially, earlier we talked about how there's about, did you say 200 different types of QACs?
Well over 200.
Well
yeah.
over 200. And can we confirm that this is listing any of those specifically versus, again, just listing those groupings that we talked about?
Some of these are specific, yes. I would say, from my understanding, they're specific compounds.
Okay. When we went through the SDSs, we talked about names, different names again. Is it possible that the same compound can have more than one name?
Yes.
Can different companies utilize different, I think it's called homologs, I think, or different names for
They can have
the various
different-
carbon chains and whatnot?
Yes, they can have different trade names, common names, yeah. Naming structure.
To fully confirm apples to apples between what we see in the samples and what we see in effluency, would something like a CAS number help?
Yes.
When you received the effluency sample, was your next step to immediately point the finger at Mid-Continent?
No,
What was your next step?
we were worried about getting the plant recovered.
You get the samples back from effluency, it confirms there was cationic surfactants in it. We want to clean that up, we want to fix that. Are you also trying to figure out where those cationic surfactants came from?
Yes.
Is this the test that had you focused on QACs and cationic surfactants then?
As far as focused for,
Determining the source.
yes.
Okay. You were asked, and you were asked a little bit about arsenic, heavy metals, cyanide, and whether or not those were tested, and whether or not they can kill bacteria. Arsenic on its own, if there's a significant discharge of arsenic into wastewater, does it foam up?
Not to my knowledge.
Does it smell like cleaner?
No.
Heavy metals by themselves, significant discharge has heavy metals in it. Does that foam by itself?
No.
Does it smell like cleaner?
No.
Cyanide. Cyanide, significant amount discharged into the water. Does that foam up by itself?
No.
Does it smell like cleaner?
I'm trying to remember what the cyanide odor is supposed to be, and I can't recall. Is it almonds?
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, or some kind of nut, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Or at least cyanide can be produced in old almonds. Don't eat old almonds. No.
I think, yes, I have heard that. Okay, yeah. So, but certainly not cleaner. Is that right?
No.
Okay. And so, we see foaming coming into the facility. We saw that on Exhibit 51. There's testing done from the manhole in front of Mid-Continent that has foaming in it. Would it have been reasonable to also test everywhere else in the city for arsenic, heavy metals, cyanide?
No.
I want to just ask you for a second about, I think it was exhibit, oh, let me check, I apologize. I thought it was exhibit 17. If you could go to exhibit 17 very quickly. It was the last thing that you discussed with Mr. Walker. Now, there was some discussion about what lab reports were forwarded, and you know that, at least from page 2, you'd noted that Ms. Cervantes had forwarded you the sample collected on the morning of May 20. Were other samples taken after that May 20 date?
Yes.
Okay. So, given your statement here on page 1, where it says, I forwarded him the most recent results, and I think we can say with certainty that these concentrations would be detrimental to biological treatment at the WRF. Is it possible the most recent results on June 17 might have been some of the June samples as well?
Say that again.
Yeah, sorry. It's a compound question, too. We know there were samples taken related to May 20. There were also samples taken on June 2nd and 3rd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then there were some samples taken June 20th or 25th, right?
Right.
Is it possible that the sample that was sent to Dr. Lang on this date was the June 2nd and 3rd sample?
The samples that were sent to Dr. Lang?
Yes.
No,
Why?
because we only sent Dr. Lang one set of samples.
And what set of samples specifically was that?
That was the 3 influent samples and the mixed liquor sample.
And that's on me. I was going to say it's not that late, but it's late on the second day. I apologize. That second sentence there, I forwarded him the most recent results. That's me being confusing. I said samples, should not say samples to a lab guy. The most recent forwarded results, is it possible that those were the June 2nd and 3rd results rather than the May 20 results?
It's possible.
Is it fair to say we don't know, since we don't have any other conversation between you and Dr. Lang?
Yes, and I would have to review my email to find out, yes.
Thank you. There was some questioning at the beginning of the discussion about testing, about things coming in. It was during the conversation about how there are QACs and everything. And the part of the conversation had to do with whether or not the city had or could develop a baseline. My question is a little more narrow than that. One of the things that was asked was, or that was assumed, is that slugs come in the area. Slugs come in, so what is a slug when we're talking about discharge?
Simple terms, it would just be probably an abnormal quantity of something.
So a slug load would be something bigger than
Yes.
the baseline everybody's using QACs. Is that right?
Yes.
In your time with the Stover Group since 2014, how often has there been a situation where there's foaming in the headwaters that get into the system?
We have had occasional instances. It seems to be more prevalent the past 2 to 3 years, maybe more, but we do occasionally see foam on the influent.
In the last 4 years, has it ever been as much as you saw in May 2025?
No.
When you tested and did your bacterial speciation test, did that confirm that the bacteria was gone?
It confirmed that our nitrifiers were gone.
Thank you. I can have 1 second. I pass as well.
Just a brief follow-up, Dr. Stover. Ms. Cervantes had testified that as this investigation was going on, she learned that the benzol QACs were the really bad ones, or something along those lines. Do you agree with that?
So that is a statement that came from a conversation between Dr. Lang and I.
Right. And in fact, in this letter or this email we've been looking at, he says that one thing Dr. Lang mentioned to me on our call was that any compounds that start with benzol, which we see in high concentrations, would have the most impact in terms of inhibition or toxicity. You see that? Or that
Yes.
consistent with your recollection?
Yes, so, I mean, Dr. Lang was making more of a general statement because I was just kind of asking him some questions about QACs in general and getting his feedback. So that statement is not necessarily specific to the lab test results.
Well, I want to look at this City Exhibit 45 that we've been talking about. It's the color one. If you sent Dr. Lang the MidCon May 20th samples, as we see here, it says benzyl methyl decyl ammonium, benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 benzyl ammoniums in that lab result, right?
Yes.
That's probably what he was talking about, isn't it?
He was just making kind of more of a blanket statement, was my understanding.
Okay. Now let's look at Exhibit 16, page 2, which is the influent results that I handed out to everyone earlier. Yeah, there we go. There's no benzyl ammonium at the inlet of the plant, is there?
There is that 3.36 milligram per liter result you referenced earlier. His report does show that.
Okay.
And then it does show the others in smaller concentrations. But again, that was more of a, it wasn't necessarily Dr. Lang making the statements specific to the reports. It was more of saying, this is how benzyl group containing QACs, it's kind of making a statement of how benzyl group containing QACs are more robust, they have a kind of more longevity before being broken down compared to others. So it was, I can't say that it was a statement specific to these results, it was more just him making some general statements.
But if we go by just the names on these reports, whatever benzyl ammonia was found at the inlet of the plant was not in the MidCon samples, right? We already went through that before. Just looking at the names on the reports, the benzyl ammonia found at the inlet of the plant on May 20th was not in the MidCon sample, right?
Are you saying matching between the effluency and SPL reports?
I'm saying between the influent sample results on May 20th, the benzyl ammonias found in that report, as described on there, were not found in the Mid-Con manhole, correct?
Not sure I'm following your question. So
My question is, if we look at these two samples, the benzyl ammonia that was found at the inlet on May 20th is not stated in the Mid-Con manhole with the same words that we see on the inlet.
Well, again, these are grab versus composite.
I understand that. That's not my question. My question is, the benzyl ammonia that was seen at the plant inlet on May 20th was not found in the Mid-Con manhole, right?
Again, I think that's back to that question. I mentioned what was it, the SPL reference, like a tetra something ammonium, where they had what appeared to be abbreviated name compared to these names. So that's where I don't know.
Okay.
Because there's these kind of general tetra groups. I just don't know.
You don't know how those descriptions compare to one another.
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any further?
Briefly, very briefly. Okay, it's all about names. And as Mr. Walker requested earlier, I think having them next to each other might be helpful. When we talked about SDS sheets earlier on original direct, we talked about how sometimes pieces of the name gets flipped. Is that right? You mentioned handedness at one point that I still won't get into, but if the carbon chains are listed the same, we can estimate it's the same item, right?
I would assume it's the same, yes.
So looking at we're looking at Exhibit 16, page 2. It's also 46, page 3. Whatever we have in front of us, I believe, is from Exhibit 16. Just looking at these benzyls, I see a dodecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium. Do you see that as well? I'm 7 down from the top row.
Yes.
Okay, you see that? All right, dodecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium. And then if I look at Exhibit 45, 5 columns over, I see benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium. We've got benzyl, we've got dimethyl, we've got dodecyl. Is it possible those are the same thing?
Yes.
Now let's go to hexa next on Exhibit 16, page 2. I know it's 2 down, but it's the next in the row on 45. So I've got hexadecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium.
Hang on a second. Go back to your first example, please.
Yeah. Dodecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium. And then I've got under BZC12, benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium.
Yes. Sorry, I was 5 columns into the chemicals, not 5 columns from the list. Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, and what I'm comparing for record purposes is, again, these names. And so on Exhibit 16, dodecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium, it does show up, albeit in a lower number than others, on the Exhibit 16 effluency sample. Is that right?
Say that again, please.
This does show, this shows up on the Exhibit 16, page 2, as a result. It's 0.53 on the 5/20 date. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so it does show up as a concentration. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then we look at Exhibit 45, which the discussion was, this is the QAC tracking for Ms. Cervantes of all of the samples, albeit without the microliters and micrograms, whatnot. And then we have in column 5, C12, benzyl dimethyl dodecyl ammonium. Is that likely the same item that we see on page 16? The carbon chains are just flipped where we put them?
Yes.
Is that similar to that example that we did for Bardak, where we did the same thing on the SDS?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, now let's go to, on Exhibit 16, hexadecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium. If I go one more, that is on Exhibit 16, that's the hexadecyl. This is from Effluency. And on Exhibit 45, benzyl dimethyl hexadecyl ammonium. Is that likely the same thing? We're talking about the same carbon chains?
Yes.
Does that show up both on the effluency report and on the, as a benzyl family, on the testing that the city has done?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And I go down and I see, if I go over 2, apologize, if I go over 2 from the B7 C16 hexa, I'm on Exhibit 45. If I go to tetra, this is on effluency, Exhibit 16, between the two, tetradecyl dimethyl benzyl ammonium. Is that also the same name or the same carbon chains that we see on Exhibit 45, benzyl dimethyl tetradecyl ammonium, B7C14, on Exhibit 45?
Yes.
And then let's do a couple more. Let's go to the top, because again, we're talking, does it show up? Is it exact by name? This is what came up in Recross. Exhibit 16, page 2, the very top row, dioctyl dimethyl ammonium. Do we also see dioctyl dimethyl ammonium?
Yes.
On Exhibit 45, it's near the end, DOMAC is what it's called at the top. Do you see that?
5 columns from the right.
Thank you, 5 column, thank you.
Didecyl dimethyl ammonium salts also appears the DDAC. It's towards the center.
Thank you.
Didecyl dimethyl ammonium.
You've made it easy. You've made it quicker for all of us. That was where I was going next. That was my next example. Is line 2 didecyl. We see that on Exhibit 16. We see it on Exhibit 45. Is that right?
Yes.
And those ones that I've just run through with you, do those show up as compounds that were shown at? Again, we're not doing apples to apples comparison, but the compounds, the names themselves, were they in that influent testing, and were they in the testing at the Mid-Continent plant?
Yes.
Thank you. I could go through a few others. I think we might be able to find them, but I think we start getting beyond redirect at that point. So I will thank you. Pass.
So, Dr. Stover, with the help of counsel, now you do know how to read these then, right? And you can compare them now all of a sudden after you told me a couple of times you're not able to do that, right?
I was referring to specific examples. as I
Okay,
think
and I'm
you're
going
aware.
to also, at the influent, or at the Mid-Con manhole, May 20, it shows octadecyl dimethyl ammonium, correct?
Correct.
We don't find that at the inlet of the plant, right? There's a trimethyl, but not a dimethyl, correct?
Correct.
2 different things, correct?
Possibly.
You don't know, but chemists would know, right?
Dr. Lang would know.
All right. And this octadecyl dimethyl ammonium is the thing that was 98% of what was in the Mid-Con manhole. The 146,000 milligrams per liter, we don't see that at the inlet of the plant on May 20th, correct?
That's incorrect. It keeps being worded that way as it's 98% of the sample. That is an inaccurate way to speak of the concentration.
Okay,
It
well,
is
so
98% according to your calculations, which I don't believe are wrong. It's 98% of the QACs tested from a concentration basis.
but in the Mid-Con manhole, May 20th, there was 146,300 milligrams per liter octadecyl dimethyl ammonium. And now that you know how to read these, you can tell me that that was not found at the inlet of the plant, correct?
It does not show up in Dr. Lang's report.
Pass the witness.
Just one. You were asked about octyl. And just to confirm, the sample taken on May 20, was that a grab sample?
Yes.
And the sample that we have from effluency, was that a composite sample?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Does the board have any questions for Dr. Stover?
I have a question. Where the nitrate happens or where the treatment happens, the containment area, how big is that? Do you know how many gallons that is, or how?
For the Verticel?
I don't know that.
Okay, so the nitrification process, you're asking where it would occur, or not necessarily where, but where it occurs at the WRF and the volume of that basin?
Correct.
Okay, so the Verticel, each half's approximately 2.75 million gallons, but each half has 3 channels, so it'd be 2.75 divided by 3.
Okay. So, and you said 7 million gallons goes through a day, but
at this time we were at approximately 7 million gallons. For example, I think the 19th through the 20th, if I remember right, it was approximately 7.3 million gallons for that day. We're in that range. Yes.
Okay. But so where the bugs are is 2.3 million divided by
2. So as far as the biological treatment step, that's the Verticel. 2.75 million gallons is online, but that's broken into 3 different zones. And the biomass goes out to the secondary clarifiers, settles out, recycles back, some is wasted off. So there's biomass in a few areas that we really consider the actual treatment processes to be happening in the Verticel.
Okay.
Any other questions?
If you would like to see one of the exhibits, that is my training slides. That actually has a photo of the plant that we could blow up if you'd like to see it.
It's exhibit 40, page 1. Whether you do or don't, I just, for record purposes, it is exhibit 40, page 1.
We might as well.
I think Ken's pulling it up.
So it's
40?
on, the photo of the plant is on page 2 at the bottom. So this is a photo, this is the Enid WRF. So if you see the buildings on the very left side, the top building, that would be the headworks. The bottom building is offices, the laboratory, there's a workshop there. And you can see the plant is almost broken into these 3 sections. So the middle section where the mouse pointer, or sorry, the section to the left, I misspoke. So the section to the left, that's primary clarifiers. So that's gravity settling operations. You saw the photos of the head cells. That's the 2 little boxes on the right side of that head
Far left.
building. Yeah. So then primary clarification, the middle section, that is the Verticel unit. And it's what we would call 2 trains. So there's, if you see this sidewalk that's kind of going down right through the middle of the plant, there's a catwalk going through the middle of the plant. That line basically separates the north train and the south train. So there's 2 Verticell units. We typically operate with 1 online. And then we have the secondary clarifiers, which that's the gravity settling process. That's separating out the biomass. And then the effluent goes out through the flume and UV disinfection and cascade aerator that are on the very right side. And that's also where Koch's lift station is, where they can pump treated effluent over to their facility. So if you notice on the Verticell, from that center dividing line, you can see 2 channels have the same appearance, and then the last channel, you don't see those little kind of white bars. So the first 2 channels are basically fermentation. There's denitrification. That's what helps us facilitate the biological phosphorus removal process, or BioP removal process, is having the right order of controlled environments. And the way I word it is, we use the mechanical equipment and the basins to create the environments to get the biomass to target to do the work. And so this last channel, that very top channel, or in this photo, both Verticells are online, the very top channel or the very bottom channel, those are diffused aeration channels, so they don't make the vertical loop that gives the reactor its name. That first two basins, or the first 2 channels, do a vertical loop in terms of flow. But that last channel, and of course it's also how we flow through the process, but that last channel is diffused fine bubble aeration, and that's where the nitrification process is occurring, is in that channel. So that one small part is where nitrification occurs.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Did that open up any questions for council?
No.
Okay.
I know that we had talked about recessing at about 4:45 to discuss dates with council, board members, and all the parties for setting a third date, because we're not going to make it through the agenda. It's only 4:37, but I'd recommend we recess so that we can set a date for to continue the meeting.
I agree. I mean,
So we'll need a motion to recess.
Are we recessing? Just a motion to recess?
Just a motion to recess, and then to set a date or continue the meeting. Then we'll come back in and announce the continued meeting date and time and place.
I'll make a motion to recess, to set a meeting date.
I second it.
all right. Cast your vote. Passes 5-0. So,
Be here next week. Can the board be here next week?
yep.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to find a court reporter on that tight of a schedule, but we can certainly try our best.
Well, shouldn't we figure that out first? I mean,
No, it's hard enough to get here. We need to set the dates before we leave.
I mean, we have
have
to
to.
continue the meeting. We have to come back into session and announce our continued meeting date.
Or we could stay later tonight. I probably won't accomplish everything, but, so we'll still need another day. Can the board be here next week? What day can the board be here next week? Why don't we start with that?
Yep, I'm
I can.
available.
I'll make it happen.
I don't have any conflict next week.
Yep, I am free too.
And, I'm here.
Okay.
Don't have a choice,
Yeah.
Council, are you available?
We had talked at one point about extending to the 29th. We're certainly available 29th.
Is Mid-Continent, are you all available on the 29th?
the July 1 or 2 works better for us.
I apologize, I am in trial with the water board, July 1st and 2nd.
And-
So I can do the 29th and 30th certainly, but
Well, July 1st and 2nd was the date Mr. Shandy could be here that I asked for a continuance on. So we'd like to have him here.
He's not been here.
I understand that he's not available on the 29th, but would you be available on the 29th?
Let me look. Yeah, I could probably do that date. I'm going to object because Mr. Shandy can't be here then, but yeah, I can be here.
Okay. Would 9 work for everybody? Monday, June 29th at 9 a.m.?
It does work, yep.
Okay, are you?
Are you good? July 29th, Monday.
What happens if we don't get a court reporter?
Exactly.
We will
find a court reporter.
Yes, we will find
Ma'am,
someone.
We'll find a court reporter?
Yes.
I just learned that Miss Gwen is on vacation next week.
Is she a witness or representing Mid-Continent?
Yes, she's with my firm.
I understand, but she's not an attorney of record, is she?
No, but she's with my law firm. She's the paralegal helping me try this case.
I mean, June 29th works for, finding a different date relatively fast, I don't think is going to be possible at this point with everybody's schedules.
So you're going to make me try it without a paralegal and the lead counsel in the case then?
Lawyers are exceptionally well-educated.
Come on, Tom.
You see my paralegal?
You've got another attorney with you.
Well, you've got a client over there. You've got an expert over there. These are your witnesses. You've named 15 of them. And you won't even tell me which ones you're going to call?
You guys are going to have 2 lawyers here, and I can't have my paralegal here?
2 lawyers and 15 witnesses to figure out who you're going to call. Right?
She is helping me with all the, you guys have been watching her help me during this whole trial.
Is the 30th available for everybody? Is she
What-
available?
Valerie, when-
That doesn't get the vacation problem.
Vacation.
Since the vacation capital of the year, I am out till the 4th of July from the 27th, so, but, you know.
Well, I think the board needs to set a date and move forward, one way or the other.
Okay. If we're ready to set the date for June 29th, we can have a motion to reconvene back into session.
I mean, if no other dates are put forward, I'll make a motion for the 29th at 9 o'clock.
We need to reconvene first.
Yeah.
No, we need-
Yeah, we need a motion to reconvene.
Reconvene first.
Sorry, I should know better. I'll make a motion to reconvene. I will second.
Cast your vote. Okay. Do I have a motion to set a date for the next meeting?
As previously stated, with no other dates put forward, I'll make a motion for the 29th at 9 a.m. Here, in these council chambers.
Yes.
I will second.
So is the motion that's on the floor is what?
The motion is to continue the meeting until June 29th at 9 a.m. here in the council chambers.
Okay. I'd like to make my statement on the record before that, just to preserve the record here. So we talked off the record, and although I'm available next Monday, the 29th, Miss Valerie Gwynn, the paralegal that's been assisting me throughout this proceeding, helping me with the exhibits, because Mr. Shandy couldn't be here, as we've talked about before, she's on vacation the week of the 29th, coming back after July 4, we all discussed that. I'm asking that we have a date after she gets back. So anyway, we object to June 29th for that reason.
Very briefly, just for the record, we did have this conversation. I think we've all seen how this hearing progresses, and I will note, even though his paralegal will be on vacation, the one face we've not seen here who is available, Hank Herron, is the associate attorney who knows all of these documents and has been involved from day one. So there are opportunities to take care of everything that needs to be taken care of.
Well, and I would just say on that, I have no idea what his schedule is, so.
He told me he was available on the 29th when we spoke a few weeks ago.
We will need a motion on the objection to the new continued meeting date, just for the record to hear how you all are ruling on the objection.
So,
I'm confused.
He's
I understand the objections. I just want to make
he's
sure.
objecting. So if we want to continue with the June 29th continued hearing date, you would overrule the objection. For the record, just to preserve the record of that he's made his objection and the board has ruled on the objection to the new date.
Well, may I say something? I'm just noting it for the record.
Okay.
You guys don't have to vote on that. Just, I thought you'd move for the 29th, and if you guys want to vote on that, that should be sufficient.
We do have the motion on the table with a second for the new date.
all right. Then let's cast.
There's no other comments. I mean, if we got a motion, a second.
Yep. Cast your vote then. Yep, it passes. So the next meeting is on,
The continued meeting
yeah,
will be June 29th at 9 a.m. Here
Here.
in the council chambers.